grapes. I'm eating my grapes. They're good grapes, chat. They're really good grapes. And blap. Blip. Oop. Well, you better get first now, Ty. Like it would be kind of whack if you didn't. I'm gonna be honest. There we go. And then blap. There it is. Good job, Ty. Pin this. Or don't. And pin this. There we go. Would it be weird if I had a starting soon screen? I've thought about that a few times. Should I have like a starting soon screen? Haha, Rain's at a level 4 hype train. That's funny. I love this. Num 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 num. You used to? There was a time where I did. Yes, in fact, there was a time that I did. It was a weird time. What's up, London? And then I, oops. And then I, oop. And then I, oh. Then I changed that for, and then boom. There's the link. During 24-hour subathon. That's fair, actually. Now, I actually have a starting screen. Hold on. Look at this, chat. We're starting soon. I just obviously never use it. I just didn't think it was, I just don't use it. I just start stream screaming. Yo, thanks so much for the alert, Sage. I appreciate you. You have a stupidly hypothetical question. Hit me with one of those. I do love me one of those. What's up, Marvin? Welcome in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, did I use that one? Oh, I did, didn't I? Oh, goodness. What would Ollie think upon seeing a figure, like looking in a mirror, and your reflection is wearing a different outfit, hiding everything but your own eyes? I think it depends. Because Ollie can sense a lot more than we can. What's up, Drifter? Welcome in. Awesome, super awesome to have you, actually. Who knows what the hell is going to happen today, chat? Who knows what the hell is going to happen today? I actually don't know what the most popular vote is going to be today. Like, I feel like a lot of times I have an idea, but ever since Chaos came around, I have no idea. And I have a figment in my mind that tells me that maybe something else could take the cake even. Congrats on the 30 streak. Let's go. What he sense? I don't know. It depends on what's happening. Like, what's causing his reflection to look like that. Redeserving an old addiction. Wonderful. Really wants calling today. I think he beat the game today if he plays it. Whoa. I what? You think I what? Excuse me? What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you want me to vote for anything in particular? I do not have any specific things that I want you to vote for, Ty. But if you want to vote for something, you can. He's beating Eldritch Scholar. Oh. I'm so confused and curious and scared. Oh, God. Chat, are you all being whack again? Are you all being whack again? That yellow drawing Sky Drew. Oh, where is it? Wait, is it in our chat? Yoink. There's a little Pious Cast doing the little do. Doing the little I believe it's a Christmas thing. They're just chilling around the campfire together. Veto orange. Get orange out of here. Out of here. That's a joke, guys. You do whatever you want. Also, other than the heart reaction, you didn't give any input on the idea in DMs. Give me just a second. I have no idea where it is, Ashton. If it is in our chat, I cannot find it. I think it's a good idea. I need to look into it more. I need to be more thorough about my consideration for it, but... Yo, Rain!
Rain is falling, just raided with 16 viewers.
Welcome in, guys. How's it going? Chat, welcome in. Hello. You remind me that I have all of the wrong windows open and none of the ones that I need, but now Caravan's on, so that's good. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. How are you guys doing? Let me make sure to add a little bit of time on that timer for you guys. How much is that? It's a lot. It's that much, and then plus that much? God, that's a lot. Sorry for the time. You should be. I can't believe you in that time. How could you? Ruthless. Oh shit, what's up, Brennan? I forgot about that. No, Iko. This is terrible. This is the worst possible timeline, chat. Time for boob tube. Gosh, I have like a blister on my knee. It's so nice. I love it. Spending too much time with Rain. Oh. How could you? How could you? Welcome in, Raiders. How are you guys doing? Tell me about stream. Tell me your favorite part. Tell me all the good stuff, chat. What do you got to tell me? Tell me some tea. Chat, where's the tea? YouTube. Can you tell me that Rick's idea was a bad idea? I don't know what Rick's idea was, but Rick's... Yeah, it was a bad idea. Whatever it was. Because it came from Rick's, so it was a bad idea. Hello on YouTube. Yo, what's up, cops? I didn't set a new goal for Rain. Son of a bitch. Yo, what's up, Demon? Welcome in. Demon Brat, how are you doing? Holy hell. I have to do a bunch of stuff. Give me just a second. I forgot to add a new goal. Now I'm mad. I didn't realize that Ren was streaming. I 100% woke up so late today, dude. I woke up so much later than I was supposed to. Thank you so much to Lurkiko. I appreciate you. Since you're in agreement, I won't try to run a one-shot. I probably couldn't handle it in the first place. Oh, Ty, you should absolutely run a fucking one-shot. Don't get me wrong. You should run a one-shot. It was a bad idea because Ricks came up with it. But you should still run a one-shot. Congrats on the 10 tie power. Let's go. That's not bad. Worked for 8 hours today. We know. Do you normally work for 8 hours, or is that like a longer day? I didn't say that you shouldn't do it. Bad ideas have never been something that I say you shouldn't do. Just because I think it's a bad idea does not mean that I think you shouldn't do it. Bad ideas and don't do are not the same thing. Go like that, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this. Longer, though I prefer it. 62 Monday, Thursday would be a dream schedule. No, that's actually pretty fair, honestly.
Don't forget to reset the poll before you start it.
Yes, I will need to make sure that I reset that poll because, what is Orange at, like, 1 million again? Or probably more than that, probably like 10 million now. If I had to take a wild guess at it, I'd presume I'd go as far to wager. Hey, the lava back. There's the 100 tie power. Oh my goodness. This mystery box is insane, chat. Popping up at stream has never been so lucrative for XP. I'm so surprised. Would you hit 80%? 80% what? What do you hit 80% for? I'm confused. Chat, today is a chat chooses. Today's a chat chooses. I'm actually very interested in what the results are going to be. I'm actually so excited about what the results might be. There's a lot of options, I guess. I guess there's a lot of options, hypothetically. 80% until funny. What does that mean? 19% now? Well, this number is changing a lot very quickly. Thank you, Rain. You're so sweet. Appreciate you. I see dangly earrings. Yes, in fact. I have big hoopy earrings that I considered wearing, but I ended up not. Like, I have like rhinestone earrings that are like this big, but they're like lateral rhinestones. So the rhinestones makes up the ring, which is weird. Yep. Aw, thank you, London. I appreciate you. I feel bonita. It is today. Now, I want to say, chat, I think I'm gonna make you guys start earning your femboy streams again. So that means that I'm not gonna do a femboy because I have taken it away from each other Damon and Paragon, since we compacted it all down to Damon and Paragon Day. If the Damons and Paragons are like, hey, I want you to dress up like a girl on Damon and Paragon Day, I'm gonna be like,
those
okay.
ones suit the sweater.
I like this a lot. Yeah, I think these are nice, honestly. This one feels like a very like warm, homey, casual outfit to me personally. Anyways, if Damon and Paragon's like, hey, I want you to dress up like a girl on Damon and Paragon Day, well, then you get a free femboy stream every month. But outside of that, I'm gonna leave femboy streams to when you guys actually redeem them, and leave the Damon and Paragon stuff to the Damon and Paragon Day. All right, congrats on the tie power. Well, there's a femboy stream. Have about 35 redeems left until the femboy stream. Femboy pot. I'm going to redeem so many femboys. I'm so intrigued with what's happening on YouTube right now. In the YouTube chat right now, I'm so interested. Oh. Do I read and listen to stream, or do I read later? I think the answer depends on what we do today and how much you're interested in it personally. Unfortunately, we still have a little bit before we actually finish up that poll. Before we actually start that poll, do that poll and everything like that. But I think that you should see what the poll is going to do and see if it's something that you like. What are we even doing? Today's Chat Chooses. So for anyone who doesn't know how Chat Chooses works is when we start the poll, which is... Galaxy, there's no fucking way. Galaxy, there's no fucking way. Galaxy, you're lying. You're fucking lying to me, dude. There's no way. You really did. You really did. Pulled an even rarer now. An even rarer question out of the mystery box. Galaxy's little broad in this chat, they never miss. No fucking kidding, dude. Holy shit. I need to go put my grapes away. I want Ty to continue from my last question to talk about Tybot. Please remind me of what your question is. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of femboy stream redeems. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go put these away real quick. I can't believe you. My last question was about the 3 and Themis. Ah, I see. Yeah, that's fine. This YAP has motivated me to start an anti-YAP movement that strives for productive conversation. Interesting. This YAP has motivated me to start an anti-YAP movement. Wild. So how's the weather? Medium. Yeah, no, there's a lot of femboys in the pot. Oh my god, we're only 2 away. I see. Tranko's literally just topping it off. Like, okay. All right, chat. You guys have managed to get 30 grand. Very affordable. Congratulations. You guys have earned another femboy stream. So, good job. Trank, you're a fucking absolute mad lass. I cannot believe that. Ty said that Tybot was related to them, but wouldn't say anything about it because it wasn't what the question was about. That's interesting. Goodness me, dude. I can't believe that. There's a pretty boring conversation, says Shrink. I believe that to fix spending is a tactical and necessary in recession and international trade races. Maybe this is an international trade race. What do you know? Don't judge an international trade race by its cover. I don't know what to tell you. Why we should talk about weather is a conversation to weather. Yes, weather. Oh, rain. What do you think? You guys, excuse you, I bought that femboy stream all on my own, basically. No, that's actually fair. Trank, congratulations on another femboy stream. That was fucking insane. I literally watched him go up and I was just like, there's no way. Is she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? It was just like, bink, 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 bink. And I'm like, she did it. Rain gives us the forecast. Rain gives us the forecast. I'll do one right now. Don't test me. Do it. Do it. No, wait, don't stack them up. I'm gonna forget, chat. Don't stack up femboy streams. I will forget. I will forget how many femboy streams I have. You can't put that many numbers on me. I can't count that high. The economic state of the world should stay out of the hands of the rich elites, into the hands of the working class and the representatives for their democratic strength. Okay, this is funny. I'm scared that people are gonna respond, like, actually, but I think it's funny. I'll be building up to one. Well, the redeems are still coming through. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Wait. Oh, are they popping up here? I don't remember if I still have those. If I still have those turned on. Do I have the little like blue thing that pops up on screen when people redeem stuff? Back. Back. Or bat if space is important. Yes, of course. Do you guys remember the spaceless chat? Is spaceless chat still a thing? Is there still a spaceless chat in the Discord? There is, right? No, it didn't get removed, right? Spaceless was funny. I don't even know where that meme came from. Yes, there is. Okay, yeah. I don't know. There's so many wild ass memes that popped up out of the Discord out of nowhere just because there was a ton of people and people were like super chaotic and funny. And so there's a ton of just like random stuff because people would be like, "Hey, Ori, can we have this chat?" And I'm like, "Sure." I had to start saying no because I was like, "Okay, we've made like 26 chats in a week." And I can't keep track of any of this shit and they die in like 2 weeks. So it's kind of like, now there's just a bunch of dead chats. Like, what do, ha? The because people were talking about without spaces and we made it a chat. Yeah. It's impossible to place the means of protection. I think we're talking about the transition or the transitionary state between capitalism and communism. Right? That's a line. Okay, Trank is rebutting it, but that is a line from Marxism, isn't it? I could be wrong. Oh god, I'm gonna sound really dumb. What, Ashton, what? Munchie ribs and 2 ball, that's fair. God, I miss ribs. Ribs is so cool. Ashton did a coin, I think. What kind of coin? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What kind of coin? What? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Congratulations, Ashton. You have succeeded. You won the puzzle coin. Good job. I'm an idiot. Let me go ahead and do that real quickie. And I can't believe I was not paying attention to that entire time. That was crazy. I'm so dumb. Congratulations, Ashton, for solving the puzzle in YouTube chat. You have succeeded in getting 1 puzzle coin. That puzzle has been floating around for quite a while now, and you are the first one to figure it out. That's why it was really funny when you were talking about Morse code. I was like, Ashton, I can't say anything because you're right there. If y'all want to push the system down, I am right behind you. I would love to. That sounds fun. Hey, what's up, Speedy? How's it going, Speedy? Hi, Speedy. So I can have a tool in my pocket for future use. A tool in my pocket for future use. Day-long strips hit me off, and I was like, wait, that's... Yeah, Ashton gets it. Ashton knows. What is all decision not to pass by? Fundamentally restructure the system. Woo! Chat, wanna just system reset the world? Because that sounds kind of dope. I think that would be fun. System reset. We start over. It was Morse, but I tried brute forcing. It was not Morse. The final answer was not in Morse. I think that was part of a big problem with what was going on. A lot of people assumed that it was Morse, and I find that exceptionally funny. It is not Morse. We can delete system 32 instead. Sure, why not? If the Tybot question won't be accepted, I will ask about the solutions to the Pia party, like what they are and how they came about. I think the Tybot question is answerable. I think that it's going to be a very short answer. It's not going to be a super substantial answer. If you're okay with that, we can do that. But if you want a more fulfilled answer, then I think something about the Pia's party would probably be good. So, up to you, Galaxy, up to you. The only for societies to be rewarded with their work. So the skilled people will destroy the current society for an oligarchy. There's a lot going on there. Yeah, Cancer, and that's correct. That is correct, it was. I thought that was really interesting. I really enjoyed watching you guys get through that one. I mainly just want to mess with Ty. No, that's pretty real. Hey, Ty, want to jump in a VC? I can only imagine this ending well. Rain, I hope you're around, because you're probably gonna, start shaking. Trank sending messages or no? I see them having to send messages stream, but I don't see any. That's because Trank is in YouTube chat. So, you can see, actually, sometimes, up here, you see the little YouTube icon versus the Twitch icon down here. So that tells you what chat they're in. Galaxy got a question and wants to bother Ty with having Ty answer questions about Tybot. So, did Ori reset the polls already? No, not yet. I have not reset the polls yet. I usually reset the polls right before the poll starts. Why is that bad? I don't know. Just to make sure that you're around when someone answers a question. Rain, you underestimate how many stupid things I can say in such a short period of time. That's incorrect. Oh. Galaxy got a question, and Ashton got the coin. Yeah, for a puzzle that's been sticking around, has been floating around for a little while. Ashton just got a coin. It's actually really exciting. I thought that was really cool, honestly. Until the next one, chat. Until the next one. God, there's a lot of freaking commands in this. Holy heck. Explode. Explode. Art. Oh my, wait, why did stream avatars close? Why is there no stream avatars? What happened here? That's so sad. Why would we not have our little guys? Chat, our little guys. You're in the Beyonds? Okay, wonderful. Chat, we have about, okay. Almost at a 40 streak. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm gonna start the poll in probably about 5 minutes, so I'm probably not gonna be in the chat for super long. But while I'm here, Ty, Galaxy, could you reiterate your question for me just to make sure that we know what the question is? So you feel silly for not noticing the H-string, like, why the space is not good. I'm looking later and I go, wait, 1, 2, 4, 8. Oh, it's binary. I love binary. Head is fuzzy. Oh. In about 5 minutes, still about 5 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and start the chat chooses poll. And explain how chat chooses work. I feel like I started to do that. Ty said that Tybot was related to Themis and the 3 somehow. I just want to hear more about that. Ty, go for it. Or if you would like to request more information, Ty, you can. I got codes like enemy memes. It's
would prefer you to ask me direct specific questions on the topic, so that way I'm aware of what I can and cannot talk about.
okay. That is usually the ruling behind questions. Is it does need to be, well, first of all, it should be a question. So not a tell me about. It should be a does this person blank, or what is the habits of blank, or where is this person right now? When is this person right now even? So there should be some kind of question formatting, but also the ruling is with questions is the more vague the question is, the more vague the answer will be. Used and gave up because the rest didn't line up. Real. I'm free once more. You finish a commission. Oh, heck. Oh, that's cool as heck, Moonshi. Oh, yo. Let's go. There's a super secret thing that I've been working on in the background. I've been talking with somebody about, and I don't know how long it's gonna take. I really don't know how long it's gonna take, but oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, what is Tybot's exact relationship with Themis and the 3? That's a very specific question. I like that a lot, actually.
And I've already stated that the relationship is that Themis built Tybot, right? I mean, that's technically the answer to the question.
Themis did build Tybot. Now, of course, I think you can put a little bit more substance around it, as is the nature. It is a specific question, so we should have fulfilling answers.
Yes, and I'm saying that's technically an answer, and I want you to tell me what I should be saying as an expansion to it.
What is okay? Does Tybot have any relationship to the 3? Oh, I guess we have to say, are we talking about little 3 or big 3? I assume because they said Themis and the 3, I presume we're talking about big 3.
Yes, because their previous question was that something they saw with Themis and Vesta, Zerthal, and the 3 mentioned in the favorite server, so they asked about that, and then I briefly mentioned Tybot because Themis built Tybot, and then I moved on because that wasn't what the question about, and now we're here.
Okay. I think that there was, oh my goodness, there was totally something. Okay. When, I guess one really simple follow-up question to this is why? Why did Themis build Tybot? Do you know?
I mean, I have a working theory, but nothing has been set in stone since we still don't really talk about it often.
Yeah. Tybot is a surprisingly tricky character. I'm gonna be really honest with you, chat. Tybot is a surprisingly tricky character with some unique facets, I'll say. So it's really hard to pin down what all he's doing, I guess.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. It was just supposed to be something so I didn't have to interact with people as the clones as myself, like everyone else was doing. And then it became a bigger thing than interacting with myself would have been.
Yeah. I love this so much. So,
okay.
Themis
hold on. Stop me if this sounds familiar first. Tybot is a mechanical assistant system, an android, and something of an information receiver of sorts.
That does sound familiar.
No, I don't know. What are you talking about?
What? No, I don't. He's making this up on the spot. I don't know what you're talking about.
They are a confidant of Oribot, giving information back and forth between the Omnisoul and the clones. However, as of recently, systems have removed them from their viewpoint of the Omnisoul specifically due to their interaction with the basement, given a temporal rip in the basement would have some extreme collateral that really can't be kept up with. I think that's a good explanation, right, Oidon?
I think that would be fair. I wonder where you got that from. I could not think of any potential place. Although I do like to admit that you say that you did just admit that he is a confidant of Oribot.
No, I'm reading the answer of a question that was previously submitted about Tybot.
That
So
didn't
I'm
sound
just
like
reading
reading.
what you said.
No, I was saying that you were making that up on the spot, so that you had to come up with that with your own volition. Luckily, I'm gonna leave the call so you can't rebut. I'm so mean to Ty.
You asked me what the reason Themis made Tybot was, and then I distracted you, and then you left. So
Yes. I am going to start the poll, so I'm going to bounce out a call. Just a heads up. I appreciate you for your responses.
I mean,
it is...
did you want me to answer why Themis made Tybot or no?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I might also refund all redeems just for fun.
Themis made Tybot to serve as a quote-unquote interdimensional probe of sorts to investigate things like the three further. And I think, and after an incident, Tybot has decided to go past the scope of their original purpose, and that's how they got involved with the clones and the Omnisoul.
That's the one.
Okay,
Oh.
I'll see you on stream.
Have a good one. Thank you. Chatbot's kind of covering up Solo right now, which is unfortunate. Okay, chat. So this is the Chat Chooses poll. The poll is up. So if you guys would like to vote, I'm going to explain roughly how this works, how this functions, and I'm going to explain why Sage is sad. Sage is sad. This is unfortunate. So chat, there are 6 options in this poll, starting from Chaos, which is red, Development, which is orange, Yapping, which is yellow, Multiplayer, which is green, Utopia, which is blue, and Solo, which is
Chat,
purple.
please Silk Song. I really think he will beat the game this stream.
You can do exclamation point vote followed by a number or one of these words or the color. Make sure there's a space in there. And you will add a number of votes to that option equal to the amount of XP you have in this poll. So, or in this stream. You can vote on Twitch and YouTube. You do have a separate amount of XP on YouTube, and you can get more votes out of it due to that. You can vote twice per account. So if you twice on Twitch and twice on YouTube, if you do that, to get your number of votes, your amount of XP twice. And you can also veto twice. So you can do exclamation point veto followed by a color or a number or one of these words. And it will remove 30,000 votes. So imagine 30,000 XP's worth of votes from that option. It'll just tear it out. It doesn't matter how much XP you have, you always lose 30,000 votes. You can vote twice, you can veto once per platform that you're on. And I see, oh my goodness, Mastermind Executive wins so far. It's me versus Trank. And what I was gonna say was very, very sad about what happened to Sage there, is Sage got an extremely rare refund all redeems out of the box right after Galaxy's complete all redeems, which is wildly unfortunate. That was super unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. Oh no, the Urpal veto. This is terrible. This is, I'm scared. I'm not 100% sure what's winning. I don't know what's going to win. I'm scared. I do see that orange is very high. I do see that orange is quite high up. Dev is like 800k, yeah. We do have Silk Song on Friday, if it means anything. We do have Silk Song on Friday. That is a lot of solo votes. That is a very surprising number of solo votes. I will give it that. Trank's goal, I think, is to just rise to power, to gain ultimate power through millions of XP and just win Chat Chooses. Chat Chooses is a competition and Trank will win. Orange is pretty up there, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I think that's kind of winning in a nutshell. I think winning is saying 2 people voted for this and the bar actually being competitive. That's kind of winning chat chooses, I think. They have a duopoly. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's a duopoly yet. I think that there's a borderline monopoly. Guys, who doesn't want chaos? I actually really love this. I think that chat chooses is entering a phase that I've been waiting a long time for, where it comes to like talking to people and rallying, which I know happens already. But I feel like a lot of people just like lose hope when it comes to chat chooses. Obviously, there's power players and everything like that. We know about that. We know that this is a very weighted system, which is by design. But I'm really excited to see people like rally, like, oh, do this for me. Will you vote this for me? Can I take one of your votes? What if we all do this? Don't vote for that. It's a wasted vote, and you are too powerful to be doing that. I don't know. I'm just very excited for this. Chat, is my camera lagging for you guys? Because this vote, it's lagging on Streamlabs, but it looks like it's not lagging on stream, which is wild. Antitrust laws for Yap Chaos Development solo? Really? Oh, Cantor has Yap on top. I was not expecting that. That's wild. Genius sub-executive preference, Lamau. It's having a moment. Interesting. I think that's actually my GPU this time. I think that's actually my PC that's fucking up right there. I do think that Ty being as... Okay, so first of all, Ty did earn that XP. Ty did earn all of that XP. There's nothing that Ty did that, like, got him that XP unfairly, right? But the other part about it is that Ty's also extremely fair about how he uses it. This is the first time he's voted on his own volition. Fuck that I can remember, honestly. Ty very often hands away his vote or doesn't vote because of how much sway he has. So I would say that if anybody's gonna have as much XP as Ty does, I'm glad it's Ty, to say the least. Make sure I fuck up all of my makeup. It's a very important part of the process. But I also, again, do think that Ty very much earned that, because Ty did get that XP manually. Pat for the... Well, it's only unfair in the fact that Ty is in charge of the caravans, but Ty does not swing his weight often, so A. What do you mean that Ty's in charge of the caravans? I mean, everybody gets... Okay, Ty does get... Ty gets... extra benefit and extra detriment from the caravans. So it's technically Ty does get stronger. What's it called? Ty gets more XP the more successful caravanning is. And Ty gets detrimented by the more failing the caravan is. However, speaking on that front, I do think I'm going to up the amount that... Oh, God, I have to do that for each one. I think I'm going to make you lose more XP, Ty. Do I have the attention span to pay, like, attention of 5 hours of dev? No, that's completely fair. That's understandable. Chat uses is generally very divisive. I do see that Red, I think, is trying to... Oh, my God, wait. Is Red picking up? Whoops. Oh no. That's not good. Oh no. Yes, drink the Kool-Aid, chat. Drink the Kool-Aid. Oh no. Well, it was destined to happen at some point. That's wild. So for anyone who doesn't know, the caravan does have updated rules. Yeah, the rules have changed a bit. Chad is anti-performer. The caravan does have a handful of updated rules between different potential boss fights, and I know that not everybody knew that. That was kind of on purpose. The idea behind the caravan is people should lose semi more often than they do. It shouldn't just be an easy victory all the time, always. So come see, come saw. Ease what it is. Gosh, you guys are actually getting your votes like all over the place. It's actually really cool. Much voting. I actually don't know what these are at. I don't know what the... Oh my goodness. Red is winning? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's winning by a bit. Yeah. It is winning by a bit. Have you used your second vote, Ty? That's crazy, actually. Oh. Red did win. Did you use your second vote, Ty? Wow. That's kind of whack. That is super whack, chat. I was not expecting that. That's crazy. I use stream and YouTube votes. I could have done more, but I didn't want to push too strongly. That's fair. Like I said, if anybody is to have the amount of power that Ty has, I think it's quite fair that it's Ty, personally. You know what I meant? Yeah. That's wild. That's crazy. Dang. All right. Well, chat, we have a wheel to spin then. There's a lot of things on here. I think there's some things that I'm probably going to end up pulling off. Like, I don't think we're going to do dress up. I think that dress up is probably something that we can remove from it. That's funny. Respin take both. Jesus Christ. Another poll is kind of funny. Hey, there's a chance that we just go back to the poll again. Oh yeah, we also need to add Die Song. I think that's about everything. Wheel! All right, chat. You know the rules. We put on the super intense music. We make this super wild. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? 1, 2, let's spin the wheel. Spin. Okay.
Ad flipping is hard.
No, wait. Okay, no, wait. Hopefully this makes it better. Ty, the caravan would have been fucked up anyways. Right after we lost it. It's fair. It's the fairest time to do this, which means basically nothing was lost. Kind of funny, honestly. Funny enough though, if you had 7K though, hey, what's up, Brand? How's it going? If you had 7K, you actually had a serious chance of beating Ty. Like, you had a reasonable chance to win that fight, which is bonkers. Yes, we do have to delete that one now. Ty, if you would, please, raid yourself when you get the chance. Another roll. Oh, I guess they don't have to. No, you're right. Oh, okay. Well, speaking of that. So many gosh darn rerolls, chat. Oh, that's right. Chaos is we only do each thing for 1 hour. I completely forgot.
Can you add flipping is hard?
I don't think I know what that is. What is that? Oh no! Did I? Nope, we're good.
Flipping is hard. Where would I get it? I can't play it if I don't have it. Oh no, we lost against Ty. That's crazy. Oh. Stop pulling out my earbuds.
Piper, stop freaking out.
Oh, did I just like?
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, chat. That was your free helium. You got a wheel
It's free
helium.
on
Good
Steam.
job.
I've recommended it to you in the past when it was in playtest. It's
Oh,
in Demon
gotcha.
now.
It's a demo now? Okay. I know what you're talking about, I think. Spin that wheel, chat! No! No, we actually have to do it! No, shit! Oh, fuck me! No! No! We were so close to another pole! Fuck! Okay, okay. No, this is gonna be so fucked up. This is gonna be so fucked up, chat. So we have to respin twice, right? So we have to spin 2 more times. And we have to find a way to do both of the things that are rolled at the same time. Hey, 10 minutes to the clock. Let's go. Good job. Congratulations on your 10 subathon minutes. Okay, so one of them is Choice Chamber. 15-minute time for the demo. I'm pretty crazy fast, below 3 minutes. That's crazy. Okay, so Choice Chamber is one of them. We have Choice Chamber and... I'll be back, chat. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. Oh, okay. I see that London has redeemed another shot of hot sauce, so I will take 2. Thank you, chat. You guys are such sweetie pies. Oh, the nice snack. Okay, well, thank you for the nice snack. Okay. Oh. Thank you for the hot. Oh God. I hate this. I hate this so much, chat. I hate it a lot. But, oh, whoa. For my nice snack, I did in fact get an ice cream sandwich. So we're doing good things today. Have we gotten all rerolls? I want to say we have at least one more. So we're on choice chamber. We have to add one more thing to our list of
Or
dumb
you traitor.
shittery. What do you mean, or? Oh, shirts. Hot sauce, ice cream, smart. Ha 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 ha. I don't normally have these on me, but I had them today. And I'm like, this is perfect. And I am peeling it so stupid. It's because I had my hand over the paper. Hi Melodic, how's it going? Welcome in, how are you doing? I'm so sorry, this is a chaos stream. Like literally chat voted chaos, so we're doing chaos. No, no, no chat, no, 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 no. We have to do this at the same time while playing Choice Chamber. We have to do this at the same time. Chat, what the fuck? Oh no, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna end well. All right, chat. Wheel of Pain is correct. Where's Choice Chamber? Okay. Luckily for you guys, I already had season 3 open. Oh my god, dude, I can't fucking believe this. I cannot believe we have to do this. We're gonna need to have to find a way to do this. Okay, hold on, give me just a second, chat. I'll be right back. All right, chat, I have an idea. I have an idea. I know how we're gonna do this. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that double music is pretty awful. Wowzers. There we go. Okay, chat.
Music loud, please.
I turned it off. Okay. Let me do this, chat. I'm gonna give you this. This is how we're gonna do both. We're gonna do both-ish at the same time-ish by doing this. I'm gonna add a channel point redeem. There's going to be a redeem called Swap. And all it's going to do, it's going to have a cooldown of... Oh, I can't do that. It's... Oh, God. Okay. Each different person is going to have up to 5 swaps. When you swap, I have to stop playing what I'm doing, and I have to go straight into the other one. I have to stop talking about it. So like when I'm explaining season 3, I have to stop explaining and swap to Choice Chamber. When I'm in Choice Chamber, I can't explain how the game works if you guys press swap. I can be explaining how it works, you guys redeem swap, and I start to go into season 3 and I cannot explain anymore. So you guys now have access to the swap redeem. I'm gonna start on Choice Chamber and we can play the game. So basically the way that this game works is you guys are going to be able to do you can type in chat, type sword, bow, or hammer, and it will actually change what happens in Choice Chamber. So this is a chat interactive game. Oh, okay, we got 2 swaps. So hold on. Let me open Unreal. Okay, and then we'll go back to Choice Chamber. Wonderful. Thank you for the swaps. Absolutely wonderful. You guys did great. Oh no, I missed. Okay, cool. This can only go well, chat. I'm gonna have to remember how to do this. I haven't played Choice Chamber in so long, chat. I can't stop winning, says Ty. Rip Ty again. I'm surprised, Ty. It's been a hot minute. It has been a hot minute. Okay. Never mind about Choice Chamber. This is the Season 3 prototype that I was working on as of recently. This is a different file from what you guys probably remember, but this is what I've been working on right here. This is going back a little bit into the Unreal Engine original blueprint because I wanted to take away a moment. Never mind what I was talking about. Let's go back to Choice Chamber. What did we win? What happened? Oh, okay, you guys voted. What do you guys vote for? Okay, hold on. No, never mind. I don't care what you guys voted for. So this is Unreal Engine. Basically, I'm going back into the original blueprint and kind of pulling away from some of the graphics to make sure that some of the functionality works. So one of the big thing that's being worked on right now.
5 max swaps Ori.
Yes, correct. Oh wait, no. It should be per person. It's per person. Each person has 5 swaps. So you can swap 5 times and then you're out. Then you have to stop swapping. So good luck. Oh no, I did. My bad. Okay, there we go. Now it should be good. I don't know how that's gonna update. Let's hope that works. Okay, continue on from where I was. Yeah. So basically right now, the big thing that's being worked on right now is the inventory system. So as of currently, if I were to
per person.
I just fixed it. So if I press T a few times, you can see the debug menu that says that I've added some items to my inventory. So I have 3 items that you can have in your inventory, and they can move to your hotbar. Wow, oh, that's crazy. They swap with themselves. Certain things. Oh, you weren't supposed to be allowed to do that, actually. Somehow. We'll talk about that later. Anyways. What happens here is if I click on this, I can put stuff in this chest, and then if I go to this other player, was there a swap? Oh, well, fuck whatever I was talking about. Oh, look, we get a weapon. Yeah, the hammer! I love hammers. Okay, how do I attack again? Oh, it's space? I hate that. I'm sorry, I don't know what space does. What all that matters is this inventory that I was talking about, and by that I mean this hammer that I have. Wonderful. God, we are so powerful, chat. We are so insanely powerful, and nothing can hurt us. Probably. Nothing can hurt us because we have not introduced it into the game yet. We don't have a health mechanic yet because we're working on the inventory system. That's why nothing can hurt us. So if I were to add some items in my inventory and I were to go into this chest and then I were to open a different client and on their side go and look through this chest, you can see that it is actually updating live for them. So this is part of the server functionality that we were talking about. Server functionality, that is how chat interacts with Choice Chamber, which is the game that we play. Yeah, this uses some kind of server functionality. I'm not 100% positive how it works, but it's very, very good, whatever it is. Specifically, the server functionality of Season 3, which I've been working on. I think that what I'd like to work on after this point, personally, is... what I'd like to work on is potentially adding new items to Choice Chamber. I think that they should do that. I would love for them to be able to add more items to Season 3, which we're working on right now. So right now we only have these 3 items, which is wood, metal, and stone. This is stone right here. If I were to go to this version of it, then I were to add a ton of items to my inventory. You can see I have all this stuff. I think that we're grabbing a handful of items and potentially doing that. Oh my goodness, I have a whole ton of stuff to talk about with this, actually. About the way that I think I'm planning to work on Season 3, because I know that a lot of people, we've had a lot of conversations about how this is going to work. One of the big questions that we had is this going to be tabs combat? And I think that there's a lot to go over when it comes to this game. So I think I have an answer. So while we calm down, never mind. Okay, the answer that I have is exactly how to defeat this monster, and by that I mean exactly how to do season 3, which is actually exactly how to beat this new monster. Oh god, he's right on top of me. Jesus Christ. Okay, we are so fine. Look at us go. Double jump. Oh my god. Yo, let's go. Okay, you guys have to tell me whether you guys have to type in strength, speed, or crits. It'll be the upgrade that I get. And by that I mean, oh god, I hope they don't, I hope nothing, because we're gonna talk about whether we're gonna be using a tabs combat or going to be using precision combat. What does that mean? So basically what that means is, as of right now, if we were to look at this right now, you would see that, I move the camera with my mouse, and there's not really anything about that. I can't use my mouse until I open my inventory, and then when I close my inventory, my mouse is gone. So that is a precision style of combat. There's no attack function right now, but if I were to hit something, what'll happen is I will either ray cast, kind of like this is right here. So like this is a collision cast. So like, for example, if I were to click on this crate, it's actually checking a ray cast function, or it's casting a collision mesh to see if it collides with something. So if I were to attack something, it's either going to create a collision mesh, or it's going to check if my hands hit somebody else or whatever, to see if they collide with each other. And that's how precision combat would work, right? It's going to be how well you aim. Tabs combat, on the other hand, would be like if I were to highlight one of these two at a time, right? So like I could press a hotkey that swapped who I was highlighting, and when I attack, I just auto hit that person. Auto hit is an ability. I don't know if they have auto hit in Choice Chamber, which is the game that we're playing right now. I don't think they have an auto hit. The bow is actually pretty close now that I think about it. I do like it. Oh, I forgot I have double jump. Oh, that's super powerful. Amazing. Double jump, I don't think double jump might get included in season 3, which is what we were talking about the whole time. But I don't know exactly where I'd see that for. So tabs combat is basically the ability to swap between characters. So if I were to be like, imagine that this duder is like glowing, right? And I'd press tab, and then it would go to the other person. This person would be glowing. And my camera may follow it, and it may jerk to it or whatever, and then I can move it afterwards, what have you. If I press attack, it'll automatically aim to the person that I've highlighted. That's called tabs combat. So there was a big debate over which type of combat Season 3, or Oracle Season 3 as people know it, would be using. Would they be using tabs combat or precision combat? And I think I have found the answer that I was hoping for, that I feel like is the happy compromise that I wanted personally. And the answer is both. So I think the way that it's going to work, the way that I think that it's going to work, is that melee and ranged weapons are going to be precision combat. I was thinking about a lot of times that dungeon that I used to rerun. How long I got to do this for? For 1 hour. So we have until about 7 o'clock that we're going to be doing this. 7 o'clock my time. Double the dev, you be Lamau. So in the oracles, the Dwarven Caverns of Oracles, I really enjoyed going through that dungeon and repeating that over and over and over again. I had a lot of fun with those dungeons. I had a lot of fun with even the other Underworld dungeons. I really enjoyed. If it was tabs combat, I don't think I would. But I do think that tabs combat has its place in the world. So I personally think that what I would like to do is have melee combat and ranged combat be precision combat, right? So you have to actually aim, you have to point your cursor at something, you have to do something in order to make sure that you are accurate. Spells, on the other hand, will be a pure game of numbers and have no aim to them, right? So spells are innately auto-aim, with the exception of AoE. But pinpoint target spells are auto-aim, but instead you have a number of ticks that it takes to cast the spell, and the number of ticks it takes to travel to the spell. So, that's kind of my idea right now. I think for right now, if we're going to be working on this game, I think the first thing that I would like to do is work on potentially adding more items, or talking about what the skills are going to look like. There are 6 main skills of oracles that we have talked about. The 6 main skills are winning and winning. That's all the skills that we have to worry about. What did you guys give me? You guys gave me stronger. Yes, we win. We always win these, chat. How do you like your enemies? Tiny or husky, chat? Do we want tiny enemies or husky enemies? Oh, wow, we are really strong. Holy heck. It's really funny because you can actually trap these enemies often. You can usually trap these enemies. Ooh, good crit, good crit. Let's go. Okay. People are voting. People are voting. Who wants to be room captain? So you guys can type pick me, and the room captain will be able to make more decisions throughout the game and have a little bit more power over what happens. So if you want to be room captain, you can type pick me. I hate these guys. These guys are actually going to be really hard to deal with. The flyers, that is. Tee-hee, 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 tee-hee. Woo! Okay, okay, so we do have a faster swing when it comes to being in the air, so that's actually pretty good. How should one leave this world? In chunks, lasers, or confetti? That's actually funny. It doesn't really change much. It just changes what effect happens when we die. Very important, very important. Boom! What a good hit. What a good hit. Beautiful hit, even. It takes a lot for them to actually get their attack animation off, so we're actually doing pretty good, I would say. Husky enemy, 75%. You can fit entirely in their mouths. Don't let that happen. Fair enough. You know, you got me on that one. Oh, I was looking over at the sidewall. Whoops. That was crazy. Wait, how do I... Oh! Build a bridge, 6 pieces, unlimited voting, choose height 0 through 10. So you guys have to type 0 through 10 to build a bridge for me. Oh, God. You guys trying to kill me? Hot dang. Yeah, Munchie is room captain. Call in 1 gift per room. Say heart, gold, enemy, bomb, empty, random, or resign. Hey, guys, a heart as a potential item that we could be designing in the game of Season 3 Oracles, obviously. So, in order for me to, I can actually show you guys how exactly I build my items. So, we can actually take any one of these icons right here. Oh my God, congratulations on the 40 stream streak. Let's go. So, I can take any one of these items, and it should automatically, if we add... I don't know what that sound is. Surely it's not anything bad. Not that it matters, because it's not what we're doing. Dino! Okay, so if we were to add an icon, an item ID, and item name, Heart of Hanairef. Wait, that was actually really funny. The description, the stack size, and the weight, it'll automatically add it as an item basically into the categories that can be used here. The categories of ways that we plan on winning. I think I might have missed a heart. Oh, I got a spiky heart is what happened. So I got damage from the spiky heart, but we also have a spiky heart now. Oh, we get magic weapons. We get magic weapons, chat. You guys get to choose what type of magic my magic weapons use. How magic is my magic? You guys also can say none, which I'm scared. Oh my dear God. Oh God, that was super close. Yo, let's go. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't think that does anything for us right now. Oh my God, they splurb. They're splurbing. These guys actually aren't that difficult with the hammer, I think. This is actually pretty solid. I'm gonna jump over that because I think it'll overwrite my gooder hearts. Lasers! Okay, so I explode into lasers now. Faster attacking is huge for the hammer. That's crazy. And rooms are now small. We have small rooms. We do have enough money for this. Oh, wait, can you give me money? Munchie, are you able to give me money? We don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time. A heart slot would be insane. Oh, come on. Was that enough? No! That's so unfortunate. Oh, well. Oh, well. Not really much we can do about it. None of these really mean anything to us. That's unfortunate. It's about all we got. It's all we got. Slut. It does have a vote, funny enough, but unfortunately there's nothing we can really do about it, I think. Oh, goodbye. Dino for 5 minutes? That's fucked up, dude. That's messed up. Consider never voting like I have been unless I happen to agree with you and vote solo. Oh, interesting. I mean, Ty did lose the vote. The vote, which happened to be about season 3, which we ended up on anyways, which is funny, but we did do it through chaos. So Ty did lose today's vote. Just to be fair. However, I think 2 things that I would want to work on today is working on potentially adding new items, as well as working on skills and figuring out what kind of what our plan is for how the skills are going to function. I think that having a good idea for how skills are going to function, and I'm only going to point to the initial 6 skills, and I think that a lot of people will know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've been a part of the Oracles community for at least a little bit, you probably know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to explain it all anyways, just in case. Energy. Okay. Ty did vote twice. Ty voted twice. That wasn't what he was talking about. Okay. So we have 6 skills that we're going to talk about. Slayer. We have crafting. Farming. Foraging. Foraging for upgrades. So we just got this nice golden heart. So now we have no normal hearts anymore. Funny, funny. You got the fire mod. Let's go. Now we do fire damage. Let's do fire damage. I've decided that you explode. Whoa, that almost got me right there. That would have hurted. Oh, did I just fall to my doom? What? I've never seen this before. Oh my god. Okay. Chat, do spin or slow the wheel? I have no idea. I've never seen this before. Oh my god. What the hell? What is this? The floor may be sticky, icy, spiky. I hate all of those. I hate ice. I hate ice levels, Chad. Ice levels are the freaking worst. Jeezums. The amount of swapping is concerning. Yes. So the way that it works is that because this is a chaos stream, we rolled. We have to do 2 things at the same time, and we rolled choice chambers and doing season 3 development in Unreal Engine. So there's now a swap redeem that any one person can redeem up to 5 times. And whenever you, oh, we got the question mark. Okay, chaos time, I guess. I have no idea how far we got. Okay, cool. Anybody can swap up to 5 times, and when we swap, I have to go straight to the other game, whatever we were not on at the time. That was super. Why are you not getting hit? Why are you not hitting? Oh my goodness, that was terrible. That was ridiculous. Oh my gorshness. I lost so much health to that. So whenever somebody redeems swap, which is like 500 channel points, I automatically have to swap to the other thing, which obviously doesn't exist right now because we're just playing choice chamber. Dang it, I lost. Oh my god, there's a thing there. I did not realize there's a thing there. Is there a warp zone down there? Do you think there's a warp zone down there, chat? Let's check. No, I just died. Oh, I'm at 1 HP. Wonderful. Please go down. Woo! Oh my god, that was so sketchy. That was insanely sketchy. Holy hell. They're spiky and sticky. That was crazy. I'm definitely gonna need a heart. Oh, I got 3 hearts. Holy hell. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Faster attacking. That's insane. Oh, man. This hammer's gonna go insane. Invisible ground. Chat, how do I deal with this? Oh, actually, I could with this. Oh, dude, they faster attack too, don't they? So the enemies also faster attack. Ah, he got me. Gosh dang it. What? No! There's no way! Motherfucker jumped up and got me on the beep bonk. Wait, what? Where's the swap? There was no swap, was there? Oh, there was. Luckily, there's no death mechanic in this game, so we have nothing to worry about. So let's talk about those. Those 6 skills that we were talking about this entire time. The 6 skills of winning and, well, in this case, losing the game. So let's try again. Let's try again this time. Maybe we could try a new weapon this time. A new weapon, which may be a little bit further down the line in development, but we don't have to worry about that for right now. Right now, let's talk about these 6 skills. This is blue is exploration. And finally, we have alchemy. I'm gonna explain these a little bit, but I also want to keep in mind that we have 3 skills, but they're called combat skills because we have tank. These terms could change, but we have tank, wayfinding, and mage. Tank, wayfinder, and mage. Those names may not be forever, but just note that these are the 3 combat styles which are completely separate from skills. Skills and combat are not the same. I know that Slayer sounds like a combat skill, and to some extent it is. It does require, go follow Ty. It does require combat in many instances, but it is not a combat skill. Being good at Slayer does not make you better at killing things. It's specifically a specific type of slaying. It's more about precision and capability to be able to harm things more efficiently, not about getting better numbers, better stats, anything like that. I'll explain more on that in just a bit. But there are 3 combat styles. They are not the same as skills. They do not function the same, and they are completely separate. Cool. So, the idea behind each one of these. Which one do you guys want to start with? You guys want to talk about, which one do you guys want to talk about? Pick one. Mastermind skills? Okay. So, Slayer and crafting. The way that these guys work, or at least with oh my goodness. Oh, I've been working on the background this whole time. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Basically the way that these guys work is let's go like that. Slayer, the idea behind Slayer is it's not your ability to just kill things, it's your ability to kill specialized monsters, or to even, in some cases, simply pacify them. So Slayer is your ability to, like, if you ever had to tame a creature, Slayer would still be a part would be the layer that you have to get better at, because Slayer is your ability to interact with monsters, right? So let me give you an example, right? Let's say that you have an ooze, like one of those jelly cubes. You guys know what I'm talking about? The like ochre jellies or whatever they're called. They're like blah blah blah, right? Well, those guys, if you were to hit them with the sword, they're probably going to do very little damage. Well, understanding how to harm this creature is based on your Slayer level. So if you come across a jelly and you have no idea how to attack it, maybe the ochre jelly requires a Slayer level of 10 in order to be able to efficiently harm this creature. Because Slayer is the accumulative knowledge you have about specialized monsters. So like, for instance, being able to use silvered weapons in order to fight things like werewolves, I guess, and certain specialized vampire creatures, maybe, I don't know, may require a minimum Slayer level so that you know how to properly utilize those items. That's the idea behind Slayer. It's not about just how good you are at killing in general, it's about how good you are at specialized killing. Okay, that's Slayer in a nutshell. Try to hit it anyways with a low Slayer score, then chances are you'd either do no damage to it or an extremely minimal amount of damage. You can kill it, you will just do so very inefficiently. Crafting. So I actually had to think about crafting for a long time, chat. I had to go over crafting and figure out what I was planning on doing for a while. I needed to figure out what the heck I want to do for crafting. Because, like, we've talked about, you know, like, just having the Minecraft style grid, you know what I mean? We've also talked about just having the list of, like, yes, this is what you need. These are the items you can craft. You know, this is what you can make. And obviously both of those were kind of disinteresting to me for different reasons. I was like, we could do either of those and it'd be fine. Just not my favorite, honestly. So what I ended up going for, what I think will be interesting towards crafting, what I think is going to be fun, is the way that it works is you work off something called blueprints. So the way that blueprints work, is your account, attached to your account is a number of blueprints. Each blueprint is a blueprint after an item, a piece of armor, a weapon, something like that.
Is something I find very interesting.
So let's say that you have a blueprint for an axe that you really like. Let's say it's just a common axe. I'm gonna mark it in blue so that it looks common for the people who play Utopia and stuff, or have played other Mirror Myth IPs or products, or heard about them, I guess. So, like, let's say you have a blueprint for this common axe. This means that you will now have a list of, let's say, 2 metal ingots and 1 wood, right? You only get to see this recipe if you have a blueprint for this item. So you can only craft things if you have blueprints. It is a list crafting at the end of the day, and maybe there are cases where there are substitutions, right? So, like, maybe instead of metal, or I apologize, maybe instead of wood, you can use bone substitutions, and that will change it. But that also might be a different skill. We'll get into that later. Anyways, you can only do this if you have a blueprint. And the way that you acquire blueprints, I mean, don't get me wrong, you can do questing and things like that. There might be a purchasable base blueprint for the base vertical progression of items and stuff like that. But more importantly, at a certain crafting skill, now, you do need certain crafting levels in order to be able to craft these items. But more importantly, you need an even higher crafting level to deconstruct those items. So you can deconstruct, if you got an axe, like let's say that a monster dropped an axe and I picked it up, and it's the first time I've ever seen it, I can deconstruct this axe, reverse engineer it, and generate a blueprint for it. So when I pick up an item for the first time, I have the ability to design a blueprint after it. That's my idea for crafting. I feel like it adds a little bit of intrigue. It makes it interesting to find new items. It gives you a permanent form of progression that makes your account more powerful horizontally, not vertically. And I think that adds just a little tinge of spice that I think crafting needed. I like that a lot personally. You have blueprints. You can garner blueprints from quests, from shopping, from monster drops, from all types of places, from POIs, which is going to be an extremely important part of exploration. POIs is a big thing. There's a ton of ways that I feel like this can be utilized to be interesting and fun, but at the end of the day, it's just you need some number of materials to make certain items, right? That's basically it. Given you have the blueprint for it. Okay, that's crafting in a nutshell. What is alchemy? Okay, alchemy is a really interesting one. And this is another one. This is the other one that I've been like, God, what are we gonna do for this? So this is my answer for alchemy right now. Alchemy, the way that alchemy is going to work is you're going to have a series of different potential ingredients that might get used in a potion or alchemy substance of whatever. So let's say that there's 3 to 4 types of ingredients that you may have to use when it comes to alchemy. The goal is not to have choice chamber. The goal is not to have choice chamber because we're in the middle of working on season 3. Thank you very much. The goal is winning in choice chamber with our new bow. Thank you for the bow, chat. Oh, I'm gonna die because I wasn't paying attention. Okay, there we go. The bow is actually kind of interesting in this game, which I don't even, the bow will be very interesting in this game, I think. Even though it hasn't been designed yet, I think it'll be super interesting, in my opinion. But we're gonna get to that later. So we have this number of potion ingredients. The goal really is not to have a ton of difficult potion ingredients. The goal is not about the scarcity of the resources that you use. It's about how you use and interact with them that's more important to me personally as an alchemy ability. So let's say that there's like these 5 or 4 different resources, right? They're all very basic. They're not hard to get, which what's not hard to get especially is dying. Which what I was talking about originally. We're gonna have to find a new item for us to hold. What weapon are we gonna be using, chat? We're gonna need to decide. I mean, we didn't really get much time with the bow, I'm gonna be honest. For some reason, I must have blacked out there for a second. I blacked out and died. I don't know what happened. The bow is interesting. I feel like I should like it, I just kind of don't like it as much, personally. Picture making a chemical compound, but you only have impure ingredients. Is that what alchemy would look like? I'll get into that when alchemy is important. Right now, we're playing Choice Chamber. I don't even know what alchemy is. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't know what that means. All I know about, the only words in my vocabulary currently are sword, bow, and hammer. Ignore every other word I've said, because I don't know what they mean. What is alchemy? This is a bow and sword game. Exactly. What part of alchemy is bow sword? Okay. Wow, it does fire really fucking fast though. Like unfair amounts of fast. That's crazy. I'll count in stream delay. Oh, the poll goes on for the same amount of time regardless, no matter how many rooms I go in. So like the poll still stays there even if I leave the room. It'll just, you got a bow, yay. It'll just, the next available room is when it's going to show the item. You have my bow and my hammer and my alchemy? No, I don't fuck with alchemy. Fuck the alchemy. Oh, let's improve that jump. Higher double or pogo jump? I don't remember what pogo jump does. Oh, 10 tie power. Let's go. I would love to get 150 money before getting into the next room. Before getting into our first shop. 150 money would be enough to get us another heart slot before the first shop, which is going to be really important, I think. Huge on the crit. Might have killed me if I didn't crit right there, actually. Get forked on. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, I remember what Pogo does. Pogo's ass. I hate Pogo so much. Strike this huge. Woo! I hate the little flyers so much. Jeez, I hate those. Yes, a room captain needs to be chosen. Hello, Nebula. I hate the little flyers so much, dude. They have such an annoying flight pattern. Speed. High jump. High jump I would not be mad about. Oh no, how do you like your enemies is what that says. Double jump, let's go. And London is the room captain. Hey London, can I have some money? I would like money, please. Donkey. Money. Okay, that was one singular coin. Didn't have to be that stingy, London. Jeez. Big money, let's go. Oh god, you guys are large. Oh, neither of you can reach me. This is beautiful. You guys might want to work on the whole intellect thing if you plan on beating me ever. Oh, refund all redeems. That's crazy. Chat, how many redeems is it? How many redeems is it? Faster attacking. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually insane. That's actually kind of insane. Oh, nice. Okay. So you guys have to choose what happens here. I need to wait next time so that London can send me money and stuff. You guys can murder me, by the way. You guys can murder me with this. I prefer to be unmurdered. Oh, thank you. Oh, dear God. Oh, Jesus. Guys, chill out for a second. Oh, God. Okay. Wonderful. Oh, my God. That was so close. Chat. Jesus. Chunks. Okay. Oh, I like the cut of your jibs. Especially when your jibs are cut up into small little giblets. Thank you for the money. One singular money. Thank you for the single bitty, London. I think that's it. What? No, that was cheating. You cheated. Fuck you. What the hell just happened? Oh, I forgot I have a double jump. Dumb piece of shit. Okay. There we go. Okay, now it's worth getting hearts. Now hearts is worth it. Has the refund gone through? I have no idea. Did a moderator refund yet? It does seem so. How many redeems was it? Ooh, a spiky heart. I think this is just gonna hurt. Yes, it did. It gives you a double heart, but then it hurts you, which is actually kind of useful in my opinion, because you get a double heart, which is just kind of like having a temporary extra slot. Stronger is huge, and rooms are now huge. Ah. Slot time. Let's go. Heart slot is so crazy, dude. I can't believe that. Boom! And we get a heart to refill it as well. Oh, huge, dude. Huge as fuck. This is so important. Chat, we have 30 minutes left in the definitely only one game that we're playing. What are we waiting for? Oh, can I just... Okay, yeah, gotcha. Wonderful. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. How to refund? Refund has already been... refund has been diddly done. I think you have to go to... I don't know what it looks like for moderators. I know what it looks like for me, but I don't think you guys have the same. I'm not in mod view, so... I will take another heart when you have one. Oh my God, lightning powers are so cool. Lightning is my favorite like elemental ability in virtually any game. I love lightning and storm effects. Gold hearts, crazy. Let's go. I don't remember what gold heart does actually. Hold on. Wait, does it give you money? No. Yes, maybe. I wasn't paying enough attention. God, I love lightning. Lightning is so good. Get fucked on, Spiky. Oh no, I don't want spiky floors. Why are you spiking my floor? Huge. We're doing so good, chat. Our best is 14 due to a warp. I don't know where that warp happens though. I don't know how to tell a warp from a just immediately insta-kill you. Is that money or is that gold? That was gold. Okay. I was gonna say I was gonna try a death spot. I think I'm still gonna try it. Warp zone? No. Okay. Worth a shot. Because we'll just get a heart in the next room, I think. It costs us the ability to get money in the next room, but I think that's fine. Or we'll just get a heart right here. It didn't cost us anything. Crite. I think people ran out of swaps. I think people have run out of swaps at this point. Oh God. That looks like death to me, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I remember ever hearing that sound effect. That's a funny sound effect. Oh, it swaps when you jump. Wild. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, look, it's choice chambers still. Thank you for the double swap, Lamau. I don't know how to get to that little thing. Swapped and unswapped. I don't know what you're talking about. Round. Lamau, you got spiked on. Huge. Okay, we're doing so good. 2 hearts. Nice. I don't think that does anything for us right now. We don't specifically have any use for it, but I don't. I'm actually not going to pick it up because I think it overwrites my hearts, and I don't want to be doing that. I wonder when we see another shop. Is it a shop every 10 rooms? That might be how it works. Did we see a shop at room 10? Is that what happened? That might be what happened. Gold, I know that whenever we have room captains, I always think to say go for hearts, just so that we have extra hearts if necessary. I've never gone the economy route, which is crazy to think about. I feel like that probably should have been discoverable, but I'm so goofy. Well, now? Hug! Thank you so much for the hug. I appreciate it. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb piece of shit. Damn, you suck. Already said a bad word. I said the suck word, chat. I'm sorry. Rooms now go up. Invisible ground. Rooms are now huge. Fuck me. Those all suck. Thank you for the... Oh, goodness. This is going to be a painful heart. Dang it. I may have died, but I haven't died. That was a joke, chat. I died. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Did you send a heart? It looks like you said heart, which isn't really going to change much for us, I would say, because we are working on this, and there's no hearts in this game as of right now. In fact, I think it's going to be an integer-based health system, if you were curious about that. Speaking of health, let's talk about potions. Which what we were talking about the whole time, obviously, chat, right? Right? Yeah. Well, you know what's up. You know what's up. So the way that the idea behind this was going to work. So alchemy, the goal is like, let's say you have like some whatever number of ingredients that are not that hard to get. The goal is not to make the ingredients difficult to get. The goal is to make the ingredients simple, but have to be prepared in some way. So we're working on alchemy right now. Let's say that there's these 4 ingredients. The idea is that you may have to dry certain ingredients. You may be able to dry certain ingredients for 24 to 48 hours. You may have to heat or boil ingredients. You may have to do whatever it is. There's only 4 ingredients, but you can turn this into hundreds of ingredients by preparing them in different ways. So let's say we have a mushroom, we have a leaf, we have a powder, and we have water, right? Depending on how you treat each one of these items and even what order you put them in will depict what the final outcome of alchemy is. Now, the question that I've had for a little bit now is whether or not there is a set number of potions or if there's an infinite spectrum of potions, right? So like, let's say we have a potion. God, I haven't seen that art in so long. Okay. Thanks. Jesus Christ. Alchemy is like baking. Funny enough, there is a baking, but yes, you are correct. So like, let's say you have a health potion, which is called HP, but it can go from like 1 minute all the way up to like 15 minutes. And it can do anywhere from like 10 HP to like 100 HP. And it all just depends on how scrutinous you made the item. Thank you so much. Wow, there's no way you got the same one twice. That's fucking crazy. Congratulations on the type power. No, that's fine, Marvin. You can absolutely go for that. Bet. So this is the idea behind alchemy, is that it's a granular system that depends on how you prepare your items rather than what items you're actually gaining from it, right? So again, the items are very simple, and maybe there's some relativeness to that. Like maybe there are more difficult ingredients to get to make better potions. When we get into bounty, that'll be a skill that will definitely help in the better ingredients category, but we'll get into that later. Spritz. I hate that one. Oh, that one's so silly, goofy. But that is alchemy in a nutshell. That is my plan for alchemy as of currently. It's to make basically consumables that are based on the amount of preparation and consideration you put into them. Slayer and alchemy. Interesting. Okay. Wild. Farming is, I mean, for lack of a better term, it is farming, right? It is finding and foraging for different forms of seeds and things that you can put together. I think there might be a world where you can actually combine seeds and make your own produce and things of those variety. This is kind of in the world of automation to some extent, because it allows you to actually get to the next level, which I think we're actually getting pretty close to a high score right now. Yes, we are actually on room 14 as of currently. Has it been an hour? Nope, we still have 20 minutes until we're at the hour mark. Well, probably about 15 minutes to give us about 5 minutes to roll. I hate that thing so much. There we go. Let's go. What's a Slayer? I have no idea. Well, what is a Slayer? I think you already gave me one. Now you can give me gold if you would like. High jumps, huge. Oh, but it overwrites my double jump. That's right. I will actually answer that question if we're genuinely curious, if you were talking about the season 3 thing. But I don't even know what a Slayer is. Oh, I forgot about the boss. We've been to this boss before. This boss feels like borderline impossible without a bow. Like, honestly. Oh, it goes down that time. Interesting. Oh, it's dead now. Good crit. Ooh, a leafy heart. Let's go. Wonder what that does. All the hearts have different effects, I'm pretty sure, and I don't know what any of them do. Slayer, you were asking about Slayer. So Slayer is a skill. Each one of these are skills that can level from, let's say, level 1 to 100, right? So any one of these 6 skills can be level 1 to 100, right? And as you train them and do different things, as you train each one of these abilities and you do the thing, like for instance, if you forage a lot, your foraging level will get higher and higher. You can do fun new things with those levels. Now, Slayer specifically is your ability to kill very specific types of monsters. So for instance, my example earlier was ochre jellies, right? There are very weird creatures that have very specific needs in order to be slain. Now, if you have a low Slayer level, let's say they have a level requirement of 10. If you are level 5, then you're not gonna know how to kill ochre jellies, so you're just gonna deal like 1 damage at a time. Like, you're gonna cap out at like maybe 1 to 2 damage on a creature that has like 30 HP, right? So you're gonna basically ignore what your weapon does and do like 2 damage. However, once you get to that level 10, it means that you have gained the expertise to know how to fight an ochre jelly, and suddenly you'll be moving up to whatever your weapon does. So you can do 20 damage at a time instead. Because you've learned what the method is of hurting this monster. That's kind of the idea behind Slayer. Taming functionality would likely be within the Slayer ability as well, and so on and so on. Farming it's farming, right? It allows you to take these giant patches, and I think that your farming level can limit what types of patches you can use, what type of seeds you can grow, what kind of botany you can do. So farming is probably also going to be in the world of botany as well. And basically just the raw organic resource. I think that's the difference between foraging and farming, right? It's organic versus non-organic. But both of them are some form of harvesting. Actually, I think this is not on purpose, but each one of these are some type of gathering role. right? All three of the endos are a gathering role of some type, right? Slayer gets it from drops, farming gets organic from what is basically automation, and foraging gets it from exploring. Should those be backwards? Oh no, I hate this. I hate this. I wonder if these two should be swapped for color. Because normally yellow is the exploration one and green is the automation one. These are combat styles. So these are not the same as levels, right? So nothing here affects how good you are at combat, how much damage you do, or anything like that. I know Slayer sounds like it. It's not. Slayer's not a combat skill. These three are your combat styles, which we haven't even gotten into yet. I'll explain how combat styles are going to work after this. Green isn't necessarily automation, but when it came to playstyles and what I witnessed with oracles, the most common green playstyle I saw was AFK. And out of these options, this is very AFK and this is very exploration. I feel like in my experience, yellows really enjoyed, at least the yellow playstyle, really enjoyed exploring and finding new things and enjoying the world, which is very much what this would be and not this. Like, these two seem backwards to me. Slayer is getting mob drops. Slayer's about mob drops. That's another thing that Slayer could limit, is what type of drops you can get, but I think Bounty might end up doing that. Are you saying that I'm green, not yellow? Min-maxing always breaks all rules. Min-maxing doesn't care about what any type of archetype is, because min-maxing only cares about what the most successful outcome is and the most efficient outcome is. I think that maybe foraging and farming might actually swap, which is not what I expected. I don't know how I feel about this yet. I'm gonna have to think about this one for a little bit. This scares me a little bit, but we'll get around to it. Rain, are you here? Rain, are you here? Forager's now yellow. Oh, you said being AFK was green, so that's what I'm choosing to hear. Oh, okay, my bad. I don't want to fix what you decided to hear. Or he needs Rain knowledge and permission. No, because Rain's gonna yell at me. I like the color swap. I think this might make sense, actually. I think this might make sense. So farming is the ability to put a seed in the ground into a planter of various size that you will unlock better and better resources for over time, and probably it will get more AFK as time goes on, as like certain seeds or certain planters or certain upgrades will allow you to not have to do things like water or fertilizer or anything like that. So you put the seeds in the ground and you come out with stuff. Crazy, right? And then you can use that stuff for whatever you have to use it for. If you knew nothing else about me, would you judge me based only on oracles? I would probably say genius because of min-maxing. Honestly, in my experience, I feel like min-maxing is a very yellow-orange trait. There are times where like red-orange, okay, min-maxing is an orange thing, I would say. Min-maxing is very often an orange thing. However, I think that yellow-orange is the ones that I've seen do it the most and or the hardest. And or the most correct, per se. Add talking to plants to make them grow faster. I mean, I could honestly see it. Whoops. I have done the thing again. Gosh dang it. That's kind of farming in a nutshell for right now. This actually changes a lot of what the intended earlier, what the mix levels were going to be. So this is actually kind of bringing a lot of interest to this, in my opinion. Foraging is the non-organic stuff, as we talked about. So that is not just your ability to pick stuff off the ground, but it's also your mining capability. It is your wood cutting capability. Anything that has to do with going out and searching for raw resource from the ground or from the earth is foraging. So foraging is how you receive the basic materials you need for all types of stuff. Crafting, you want metal, you need to forage for it. In alchemy, if you need... alchemy is actually probably a little bit more farming focused, I would say, but I don't know. but the fighting and playstyle was red. Yes, and that was an experiment. And I don't think that tanking is... So these are going to be separated from the endos and exos, because what I've learned is that I think that any player... I don't know how tied to a specific rows those are. And I don't want to confirm anything because chances are people are going to mix and intermatch and intermingle and do whatever. I don't know if these... I think this is more based on experience than it is based on any type of like rows or anything like that. I was searching for the mines. Actually, well, not actual mines, just use mining as in Minecraft. My first OC technically was a miner. That's amazing. So foraging is basically that. It's your ability to accumulate raw resources. Exploration, this is our last one. Exploration focused very heavily on what was going to be a POI mechanic. Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back a little bit. The way that foraging nodes specifically were going to work is you're gonna have a number of nodes dotted around the world, right? And at certain points, at any given point, let's say 1 out of 3 nodes are going to be populated with a resource, right? So like, let's say we're talking about ore veins. Well, when you mine this ore vein, you go bing, 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 and then you mine it all out, right? One different random node will automatically regenerate in that time. So the way that it works is that when you exhaust a node, one of the other attached nodes in its network would automatically regenerate, if that makes sense. So basically, there's always the same amount of nodes available at any given time, but you can't just sit on one. It's not going to time in. You know what I mean? You can't just sit at it and wait for it to come back. I mean, you can if there's enough players playing at the time. Funny enough, if there's like 100 nodes and 100 players all mining at the same time, they could all basically mine instantaneously. Like, they just go bing, 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 bing. Which, honestly, if you guys do that, you earned it. Good job. You guys get a lot of foraging levels. Anyways, exploration. So, exploration is very heavily based on a POI mechanic, which is very much more like a... POI stands for point of interest, by the way. So, let's say there's like an abandoned camp, or a settlement, or something like that, some kind of historical site, yada 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 yada, whatever it may be, right? So basically what you can do is you can find these historical sites that will either randomly generate at different points in the world, or it will be the same place and they do have a cooldown. You just have to wait a certain amount of time before they do regenerate, and then you can go in and you can re-scavenge for them. The way that exploration works is that there are probably, like, let's say there's tiers of POIs. Let's say there's 10 tiers of POIs, right? You have like a broken down camp. You can only loot broken down camps if you have level 10 exploration. You can only loot shipwrecks if you have level 20 exploration, so on and so on. When you go there, the higher your level in exploration, the better the loot has a chance of being. That's kind of how exploration works. It's supposed to incentivize you to go around the world. You want to go everywhere in order to do this, essentially. Be some Implied Threat again, because it was kind of fun. I was gonna say that sounds pretty sub-green, but Tide being a genius sub-green is absolutely wild. I could not think of anything like that. Okay, that's our basic skills. Is there a skill that helps with getting around? If there was one, it would probably be exploration. However, if we're talking about raw speed, we're talking about a combat stat. Raw speed is a combat stat, or at least this game would likely treat it as such. And we can get into these now. So let's talk a little bit. Let me write down a handful of other ones real quick. I'm gonna put a handful of other skills on the board, and we can talk about all of this at the same time here in just a little bit. So what do we need to talk about first? That's tinkering. No, let's not do it in that order. I think that scouting might move around. We're gonna actually have to change a lot of these, because a lot of these are no longer going to be correct anymore now that foraging and farming swapped, now that I think about it. Scouting might be taming, but I don't know. Taming's a really, really big mechanic that I don't know if I want to worry about right now. We have farming exploration. I don't know, actually. Oh my goodness, you know what? Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. Procrastinating a task, you will postpone it for almost forever, and eventually you will need to work on the garden or else the crops die. Pretty much. What is farming exploration going to be? What was it before? That was the lover ability? Oh goodness, what was it? What is this going to be? I don't think it matters because I think we're out of time. All right, well, I think we got through the important portions of the explanation, chat. I think we got through the important stuff, arguably. I think, unfortunately, that's all we have for these two games today. Capitalism plus capitalism, farming plus exploration. Oh my god. Imperialism, Lamau. You know what that means, chat? It means that we have another date with a wheel to spin. So let's get into what might we land on today. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get rid of the swap command now. It was fun. I enjoyed it, arguably. But I'm gonna remove the swap command from you until we get another double roll like that. Spin! Duh! Wheel! Ada. What are we getting, chat? What are we getting? What are we getting? What are we getting? Okay, I guess we have a Q&A. Well, chat, we're gonna have to find a way to do this, and I think that I'm gonna take London's advice and head to a mental health break, which means I'm gonna give you guys about 10 to 15 minutes to set up some questions. Chat, this is mental health break. We're gonna be on the Just Chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you need to do to be healthy. I'm gonna let you guys take 10 to 15 minutes to generate some questions that you may have for me to answer. I'm not probably lean away from super lore dense or heavy questions, but if you have questions like that and that's all you can think of, then hit me with them. There may be times where I'm like, that's a puzzle coin answer. Maybe I could also grab somebody to talk and answer some of these questions as well, even if you guys want to. But the important thing is that you guys are pulling some questions together. Does juice count? That is truly the question. Discord Q&A thing, if you want to use it, absolutely. Honestly, I remember that the Discord Q&A thing kind of popped up for a little bit, but then we stopped having regular yapping streams, so it kind of lost its focus. Chat, there is a in Twitch and YouTube, there's a Discord channel. Let me go ahead and throw a Discord command out. In Twitch and YouTube category on Discord, there is a channel called Q&A. If you go to that, you can add topics from there, and I think it'd probably be smart. I think you're right. We're gonna go ahead and read from posts that are selected on that. Is there a way for me? Okay, there we go. Yeah, we can go like this. That should take you to the channel, I believe. So post there, and for the next, probably 45 minutes following mental health break, because an hour starting from now, essentially. No, let's goodbye for 5 minutes. That's so unfortunate. For the next hour starting now, we will be doing Q&A, just chatting, hanging out, talking about whatever you guys want to talk about. Should we spin to narrow down the Q&A topic? I don't think we have enough. Do we want to spin to decide what we're talking about? I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, this wheel is so busted for that. Like, what happens if we spin roll a yap or Balatro? Like, what do I say then? What if I roll Terraria? Do we just talk about Terraria? I feel like I don't have enough expertise in these. That'd be funny. It would be kind of funny. All right, chat, go post your stuff. Go post whatever you want to ask about in there. Oh my goodness, it did the thing again. Please pin. Please stay up there. Silly goober. Okay. I'm gonna be right back from mental health break. Oh, I need to give you guys a YouTube video. Chat, you guys need a little YouTube video. What are you guys gonna do with that cute little YouTube video? Like mini spin wheel? If you do, please don't roll raid Ty via caravan. What? Why not? Why would you not want that, Ty? I don't understand. Watching YouTube through YouTube. Let's fucking go. This is gonna be amazing, chat. Absolutely no downsides. Chat, do we want to watch? I think we're gonna keep watching Pious. Pious or Mimesis? Chat, Pious or Mimesis? Chat, also post in the Q&A. Post in the Q&A. Do we want Pious return or do we want Mimesis for mental health break? We only have 15 minutes of it, so you're not finishing either of them. Pious? Delicious. Dipsy. Ah! Let me put my shoes on. I'm gonna get my shoes awning. Pious? Not bias. I would like bias. I'm not pious. Absolutely never bias. Okay. I'm opening up the masquerade and we're going to continue from where we left off, which yep. Perfect. Chat, I will see you guys in just a little bit.
Forte. I know I don't want to be here, so.
He gives you a little squint and then turns away and then looks back at you a second and then turns away again. And from the best that you can tell, that's the highest level of approval you could have gotten from him. The toy maker kind of awkwardly backs up, back behind this pillar, hides, like literally hides, like puts the pillar between him and Surreal, and then pokes out just enough to look at you, look at Gabe and Sombers and goes, well, I think that went well.
Sure, buddy.
Surreal will dispel the probe and then look at Cora and go, wow, that guy's an asshole.
Cora looks at you and just kind of plinks. Vina kind of closes in on Hermes and goes, does he... Wait, he's serious. He's dead serious.
And for the first time you've seen it, Hermes is going to smirk and said, I think he does.
Cora's going to look at Hermes and go, spa days do help. Noted. And finally, you guys hear a ting, 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 ting as the entire room stops to look up on stage. Hello. It is the magistrate again, and this magistrate is kind of a younger beast folk, specifically a batkin. Tonight is a celebration for the royals are going to give a speech tonight about whatever the speaker. And she scurries off the stage. And you notice, as he walks, when he gets kind of excited, he begins to, like, move into a run. And when he moves into the run, you notice that the insects that I was talking about before kind of jut out of his pant legs and almost send him flying. And he zooms up there at breakneck speeds. And caught, like, from behind as this, like, pillar of mechanical insects catches him. And he just stands up there, brushes himself off, and he goes... My name is the Toy Maker. I am I shall say, prominent figure from Grimdar. Since we have loss of leadership many years ago, may he rest, the Lord of Grimdar. I'm no older than perhaps 102, although I lost track some time ago. I am a man of kindred souls, and he throws a few dolls onto the ground as they kind of come together and begin to dance in a small ring. A small series of lights shine, and he says, my goal is to bring hope to hopeless lands. And I'm here today to see what I can do to help. And then he bows and he says, thank you.
Gabe appears to be vibrating with happiness, seeing that.
Manji sticks a glare over in this direction, and Dawn Quatrin rolls her eyes, looks at the other Surreal. They share a nod together, and they both make their way up to the stage. She goes around and takes the stairs. Surreal just walks up to the stage and then floats up. One good whoosh of the wings takes him all the way up to the top of the stage, and he very lightly touches down. He comes up behind her, and they enter this really proper formation as he stomps one heel down and then stands erect, two hands behind his back, and his wings fold up. And you can tell that his wings actually match the silhouette of his uniform. My name is Dawn Quatrin, and I am the militant leader of Shiet. We believe in a strong guard, in strong will of heart, and powerful soldiers. Shiet will not back down to anything, much as Mike, how I will not. We have many residing monasteries, many powerful people who would give their lives to protect the good nature of Paya. Surreal looks at her. She looks back. He goes, "Can we leave?" She goes, "Yes." And they immediately both drop down off the stage with a loud thud, as both of their armor sets are extremely heavy, as they just walk straight through you guys and out the door. If you do not move out of the way, they will bump shoulders with you. Cora will kind of stumble and go, sorry, my bad. And they do not respond whatsoever.
I will purposely bump shoulders with the other Surreal.
The other Surreal knocks shoulders with you and then looks at you and squints. Make an awareness test.
15.
You realize that your illusion doesn't protect tactile function, and you're pretty sure you just hit him with a wing.
That's fine. I was kind of hoping for it.
Manji kind of leans over, looks around for a second, seems to catch something in confirmation, and hold a hand out to Azor from across the room.
And I'm gonna slowly make my way over there because I am not wearing the glasses. I cannot see shit.
Yep. You got a seeing eye, Shark. Don't worry.
Go ahead and make a stunt test with a point of disfavor.
Oh fuck. I'm very fucked. Oh no.
Bits on that. I have a +3 on my stunt for favor to keep you balanced.
Yep, go ahead and add a
Somehow
point of
I-
favor and a +3.
Alright, that's a 14.
14. You kind of struggle a little bit. You're close to bumping into a few things, but you manage Maki kind of just like basically just piloting you like Ratatouille, grabbing your clothes, like lean left, lean right, stairs, and he just walks you through it.
I am Azor Blessings, one of the 5 young pillars of Atlas. I sadly came alone here. The other pillars are busy with other affairs. But I bring greetings from my land, where orichalcum glows beneath the waves and copper binds our craft with care. Yet among such treasures none shine brighter than the kindness I found here tonight, trying to make it sound believable. May this gathering remind us that beauty is not only mine, but shared. In friendship, in grace, in hearts set free. So, let the night shine bright as the stars upon the sea. I hope you all have a graceful night here, and enjoy the party.
A light clap could be heard from the back of the room, followed by this lady right here, immediately giving a roaring applause. Everyone please make an awareness test for me. Sombers 10, Rain 21. That's our low ender high. So you guys managed to see Lady Vassian, who you saw most recently at the hot springs, is the only one not applauding. And when one of the people surrounding her begins to clap, she grabs their wrist and pulls it down. And they immediately stop, halt, and completely obey. Manji will kind of lean in very quietly and go, "You're free to go back to your position."
Thank you. And Azur is gonna leave as fast as they can, with Maki guiding them, and
As
go back
you're-
to her group.
As you're walking by her, Lady Vassian will step a little bit out of position to whisper in your ear, "Ought to be parted with a known killer, isn't it?"
Azur is just gonna kinda give her a side eye and just keep walking.
Manji will gesture once more, and this elephantine lady with these large wings will walk up, lands on stage, and says, "Hello, my name is Layla. I am a speaker for lore." You can see that she is absolutely covered in jewels. She has jewels, gems, beautiful adornments, every type of precious metal you could think of. Her weapons and her shield are made of these magical flourishing light. It is hard to miss her. I represent lore. We are akin to beautiful skies of the gods above. We speak to our liege through the constellations. And she looks up for a moment and puts her hands together and then spreads them apart above her head as you watch as a beautiful illusionary night sky appears above her. And in that night sky, you watch these grazing colors as the constellations magically attach themselves, and you see images being produced in this night sky. I am an oracle of the gods. My job is to bring wisdom of the greater planes down to the common folk, at which I have become quite proficient in charting these magical stars that the divines, once akin to our lands, used to speak to us. And she slowly closes it down with a graceful whoosh of her hand. May the gods be with you.
Azur is just gonna clap enthusiastically as she did for them.
I was gonna say, just a small hesitation, looking over at Azor before I start clapping.
Monchi will gesture once more, and a solo Lady Vassian will walk up to the stage. She'll look around the room, look at everybody, and you guys notice that as she makes eye contact with everybody, almost everybody in the room basically stands at attention as she looks down at them. She is adorned very, very wealthy. You can tell she is wearing some of the nicest silks. She is wearing... Ooh, that looks like an important part. Well, too bad. Hi, chat. Definitely nothing important is gonna happen in the following minutes of that video. Could you imagine that? Never, 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 never. S3 dev is unfortunately over because today was Chaos Day, which means that we spin the wheel to decide what exactly we're going to be doing. So 1 hour has passed and we are not doing the S3 dev anymore. More chaos, and recently we did just in fact roll. We have rolled Q&A. So if you guys go into the Q&A chat on Discord, you can ask a question. We'll be talking about it for about another 50 minutes or so. 45 minutes. How did it go? Pretty good. Everything broke. Rain, I have a thing for you. Glad that part of the VOD played because I actually missed the Azur and Dawn speeches. Interesting. I've been asking questions. Wonderful. I've also been asking questions. Wonderful. Foraging, if it stays this way, foraging is now the yellow skill and farming is now the green skill. Slow posting enabled on the chat. We write a second post every 15 minutes. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm gonna turn that off. There, have a 15-second slow chat. Enjoy. But farming's my favorite. I know. The reason that I did that is because I'm going to go over it very quickly. I'm going to pretend like this is a Q&A question. Actually, does anyone want to put up a question that says about that? That would be the best way for me to talk about it so that I could actually go about it in order. I will explain my reasoning. You should put it in Q&A. You should put it in Q&A because we have some Q&A to do, chat. We're not on a quick break anymore. Stop that. Ask a question. Ask wow. Okay, so the first one. Oh, I apologize. This is the first one currently. Ty says, question. We have heard very little from or about them in recent hours. The title of this is The Clones. Will there be plans to reintroduce them, and if even not as active as before, interact with the Omnisoul again in some fashion? So this is a question that I've heard a few times, at least in some circles. I know that for anyone who doesn't know, we used to do something called 6-point communications, which was a way to interact with the clones on a live basis. Now that has since ceased, and that does not happen anymore. You can message clones on the Vault. If you don't know what the Vault is a free game on Steam that I originally designed, but development has later moved on to Alf. So Alf is the one who's actually building the fundamental mechanics of the Vault. And you can message the clones through those. I know that a lot of people do not receive responses very often, but generally the idea is speaking to narrative characters in a live fashion of some way. With all of that in mind, yes, there is a plan to reintroduce a similar concept. However, there will probably, hopefully, be a more elegant solution to that. Rather than just having some kind of live feed or anything like that, I think that it'll be a little bit more... I can't think of the word for it. Something that's a little bit more elegant in terms of being able to do that. That's my goal, at least. My goal is to have a more elegant solution and when it comes to being able to interact with the clones in some way. Now, I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be slower in some fashion. It's not going to be as fast as a live communication, but a way that you guys can basically send love letters to each other. And I don't mean love letters. I mean love letters in the metaphorical term, like how... I don't have an example for this off the top of my head, but there's like in real estate, there's a term called love letters. Basically for you guys to send slow messages to each other and respond kind of snail mail style. Email, probably a little bit even slower than emails, but probably like written letters is a closer example, I would say. You send a letter, you have to wait for it to be delivered, wait for them to get it, wait for them to write something in return, and wait for it to come back to you, so on and so on. So the idea is that it's purposely slow, as... I'm gonna be real with you guys. Active participation from the Omnisoul can be quite destructive by nature. What's up? What's up? I'm gonna go to the top. I'm gonna find, I think 2 is the highest right now. Of course, if you can upvote questions if you want them to be read sooner. I'm gonna call that one answered. Boop. What are the roles of each clone? I know that Okifon was in charge of Eldritch Observation and Timeline Management. What about the others? I think that when it comes to, I think that in charge of Eldritch Observation, I think that's something that kind of all of the clones do, realistically. I don't know if I would consider Oki in charge of that, but every clone is going to manage a timeline of some variety. Now, for people who don't know who the clones are or don't know what we're referring to when we say this, these 6 right here, ignore the far right, that's a whole can of worms that we're not going to get into right now. These 6 right here, each are in charge of one of the timelines across the Mirror Myth narrative scope. So there are 6 timelines. Revelations, which is the red one. Hyperion, which is the orange one. Worldless, which is the yellow one. Perfection, which is the green one. Utopia, which is the blue one, and Dystopia, which is the purple one. Now, you can find one of these clones residing in their timeline. There is kind of a common thing that we say that if you see all of the clones in the same place, something bad is happening, because that's the only time that they leave their timeline. Now, when it comes to moving from one timeline to another, this is a very, very, very niche ability that very, very few are capable of doing. In fact, the clones are basically the only ones, with one exception, which is the person who helped them figure out how to do that in the first place. But barring all of that, each one of them should be mostly in charge of their own timeline. I don't know if I could give them a specific directive that they are in charge of, other than making sure that their timeline stays stable and making sure that nothing gets so extremely out of proportion. Their job is not to necessarily save a ton of lives. It's not to be the heroes. It is to keep a timeline stable. They have a very overarching Illuminati style mission, right? And that is to keep things stable. People die. That is the nature of a timeline. That is the circle of life when it comes to every various timeline. But it's more important that nobody is blowing the entire timeline up into smithereens. You know what I mean? So they usually only impact world level events. You know, world or universe level events. All the clones are in the vault. This must be bad. I can't read. What do you mean I always do this? What do I always do? Worldless. All right, I think I'm going to call that one answered unless you guys have more questions on this one. Thank you for submitting your questions, chat. Aim to not have another doctor, pretty much, right? Anything that's their goal is to avoid cataclysm, right? Cataclysm is their real enemy here. What will your post? Blue? Did it post now? Okay. That's a big thing about the clones. I know that a lot of people in chat are probably going to know who the clones are, but I also know that a lot of new people won't know who the clones are. So I think that's an important thing to actually iterate. Our interact is explicitly making their job harder then? Oh, absolutely. Of course it is. But the way that the clones see it is that this is not something that they get a choice on, right? Like, they don't get a choice of whether or not the Omnisoul interacts. So if it's something that they can't stop, they have to find a way to interact with it in some way or another that is hopefully beneficial for them and their worlds, right? If they see an Omnisoul, they want to bargain so that the Omnisoul doesn't eat their world, but the Omni Soul remains satisfied enough to not eat their world, right? And this is essentially from their eyes. If you look from the eyes of the clone, this is them talking to what is their version of Cthulhu and bargaining with Cthulhu, keeping Cthulhu happy enough to not just eviscerate a timeline outright, while offering whatever they have to keep Cthulhu satisfied. Gods, okay. Wow. I've said this quote many a time on stream before, and I'm gonna say it again because this is very much explaining, you know, how it is from their eyes. A quote from the Doctor is, many seem to, I'm paraphrasing, many seem to set their sights on the power of a god. I do not know why they set their sights so low. God is an understatement, is what I'm trying to say here. These are not gods. The clones have met gods. The clones together could probably kill a god. They cannot kill an eldritch entity. But we're nice. We would never eviscerate a timeline. Never. Never. The company is the next question. Ty says, question, will the company become more relevant, or is it just now a canon thing because of the bit/mini mystery? If it does become more active in the narrative, what would its relative scale be in terms of influence with the narrative, using the clones as reference if needed? So the company is intrinsically tied to the basement, right? So the company is a section of an abstract known as the basement. Those are in the same abstract with each other. Now, how relative it is, or how imperative it is, this is actually, I recently realized this analogy somewhat recently that I really want to bring up because I feel like it makes sense. So you guys know that we have the reality realm and the narrative realm, right? So the reality realm is us right now. Us talking over Twitch chat is a part of the reality realm, and certain characters within the narrative recognize that. They have meta awareness of the fact that that exists, that there's a reality realm and that there's a narrative realm. They live in the narrative realm, we live in the reality realm. Because we live in the reality realm, they see us as eldritch entities, right? So the narrative realm is literally on a metaphysical level below us, right? And in the I wonder if I have that diagram actually. Do I have that diagram somewhere? I bet I do. Give me just a second. Let me go grab it. Is this it? This might be the old one. It is the old one, but it'll work for right now. So at the top right here, you have the Mirror Myth. The Mirror Myth is basically where the temporal dimension where time happens. Now, if you imagine the Mirror Myth is split into, let's say, 6 timelines, like it is. 6 timelines, right? Every single one of those timelines has one of these in it. So let's talk about Revelations for a second. No, backtrack. Let's talk about Utopia, because a lot of people know about Utopia. So Utopia has its own Aether that is different from the Revelations Aether. And within that, they also have their own planes. And their planes may be unique in comparison to each other. In fact, they are. For instance, Revelations has the Go Y and the Cohere. Utopia does not have that. So their planes are distinct from one another. It is specific to the timeline. Now, below all of that is something called the abstracts. So down here, below what this diagram is actually showing is a dimension that we call the abstracts. This is my best way to explain it, and I'm paraphrasing here. Do not take this necessarily literally, but the way that I personally see it, and this is just how I see it. I'm not saying that this is a word of law, but the abstracts to narrative characters is like their narrative realm. So their narrative is the abstracts. If they believe in something, if they come up with a story, if they imagine something, it becomes true as an abstract. Now, the thing about abstracts that makes it different for them than it does for the narrative realm for us is that realistically, because the narrative realm is so much more capable, I guess, there's so many more possibilities for our version of the abstract, they can actually make their abstracts real. So I've told this is extremely loose. Yes, correct. This is very, very loose. Again, this is how I see it. I'm not saying that this is pertinent. I'm not saying that this is how things work, but this is kind of how I imagine it, is that the abstracts are their narrative realm. Now, when I say that, one of the examples of why this is kind of finicky is because when an abstract can turn into a plane, right? So an abstract, it can be risen up to a plane by putting enough laws in place. So an abstract, the most abstract is called the sandbox. It means that the sandbox is the place where literally anything can happen. Absolutely 100% of anything is possible there just by imagining it, just by believing that it is the case. It will become true in the sandbox, and it will impact absolutely nothing. It will do nothing because the sandbox has the least impact and the most possibility, because those two things immediately counteract each other in the abstracts. That is the nature, that is the mechanical nature of the abstracts. So what happens is, as you remove possibility, the possible realism begins to go up, right? And once it hits a point where the realism is high enough, it will become realized, or it will become a plane in that timeline. That's kind of the nature of how these things work. And an example of that happening, I don't think I have a specific example, actually. I don't. But regardless of all of that, an abstract can slowly lift into a plane if you begin to limit it. Because if it has infinite possibilities, it is not physically possible to exist. If everyone believes in something that would mean urban legends could become reality, that sounds scary. Correct. Now, it's more than just that, right? Because urban legend can't just exist because people believe in it. It has to be mechanically possible. So they have to either evolve their mechanics to match the abstract, or move the abstract back to limit it to match their mechanics for it to become real. If that makes sense. Abstracts are the reason why there are mythologies are present in the mirror myth. If you believe in a story, if you imagine a story, and I don't care if it's mirror myth related, it can be anything. It is true somewhere in the narrative realm. We have not talked about how many possibilities there are. I've had a lot of people come to me and be like, oh, I have this story, but it doesn't fit within mirror myth mechanics. And I always tell them, it is true in the narrative realm somewhere. I promise you. The amount of the narrative that we have talked about is a brisk tip of the iceberg. Everything we have talked about is a tip of the iceberg. I have purposely left the lower end of that iceberg completely concealed because it is not to be talked about right now. But I'm telling you, if you come up with a story, if you played a video game, if you made a fan fiction about Final Fantasy, it's true in the narrative realm. It's just the nature of things. It's just the nature of things. Okay. With all of that in mind, going back to the original question, will the company become more relevant? I think so. I think it will. Now, the company building and the basement, the relevancy kind of depends on how much people really interact with it, right? That's often how narrative things work. Oh my god!
Flamewalker78 gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
That can... What? Congratulations to Keop, to Voltaic, to Lone Drifter, to Marvin, to Etreides, to Vaughn, to Hippers, to Furang, to Malachi, to Lightning. Oh my god! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, Flamewalker. I don't even... And thank you for the 100 daily minis, Rain. Oh my goodness, I don't... Thank you? What the hell? Where did that come from? That was so out of nowhere. Thank you for the 101 biddies in the hype train. What the fuck?
Battle Pro 520 just
You
shared
guys are starting off
101 bits.
right with a level 3 hype train. That's absolutely freaking insane. I know that did not add time to the timer because it never does.
Hype train started.
That added 50 minutes, so I had to remove... Oh, it was actually pretty close. It was a lot closer than I thought it was. Okay, we're gonna add... Thank you so much for the hours on the clock and everything like that. The Iron Citadel has come to make a donation after my long Excel. Oh my god, you said Iron Citadel. I almost just flipped my shit. You have no idea. We were just talking about that entire subject. Holy hell. Oh my god, that was a blast. That just hit me in the face like a brick. Oh my god, I missed the Iron Citadel so much. Hello. Thank you so much. You're insane. And my goodness, I really hope someone asks the season 3 question because I would love for you to be a part of that conversation, Flamewalker. The nostalgia. To quickly answer the question, more often than not, how relative something is really depicts how important it is, because the narrative is a conglomerate of the Omnisoul, or the conglomerate's viewpoint, right? What we are interested in as a group of people, and I mean all of us equally, what we are interested in depicts what is most important in the narrative by nature, right? Because it kind of only exists when we perceive it. in a way. That's not always true, but as a rule of thumb, generically. So, will the company or the basement become more relevant? If you want it to be, or if enough people want it to be. Can I be on and off the server, but I've been busy with life? Have been on and off the server. The Oracle server, unfortunately, has recently kind of fallen flat. The server went down sometime recently, and there's a lot more going on with that project right now. And like I said, I really hope that we have a question in our Q&A today that talks about this, because we have a lot to talk about, and I'd love for you to be here for it. I really hope it happens in time. Why did Orion create the clones, and how did they come to be Timeline Police in the first place? Boy, oh boy, this is a big fucking question. Rain, I might actually need you to help me with this one, because I need to make sure I don't fuck this up.
That's Puzzle Coin.
That's Puzzle Coin? Okay, I was kind of thinking that it might be Puzzle Coin territory. I don't think that this has been properly answered in a single fashion before. I don't think I can answer this just outright in a Q&A. I think I need a puzzle coin for this. But luckily, you have Piper. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness, Piper. Why are you going around like that? At least you have Piper, chat. You spend your saved one on it. Did you just spend it? Like, did you just use it? If so, that's fine. Either way, I'm bringing back the Iron Citadel, my beloved. I hope so. I hope you do. This is amazing. So why did Orion create the clones, and how did they come back to the Timeline Police in the first place? I think Ty just spent a puzzle coin. Did you actually use the thingy to utilize it? Because I refunded you the one that we talked about most recently. Piper created the puzzle coin, so let us get an answer. Beep, 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 beep. Returns. The coalition might do so as well. Oh my god, dude, I would be so happy. I would be so happy.
The one I spent for the Pia cast that hasn't been spent yet, I spend it on this.
The one I spent for the Pious cast that hasn't been spent yet. Ah, I see, I see. I can spend another one next time. Okay. Oh, thank you so much for the show,
If we've
dog.
puzzle coined, I think this needs to be discussed and typed rather than kned.
You think so? Do you wanna be in a VC? Yes, yes. Okay. I will return to this. I'm gonna save this on Q&A and respond to it with a puzzle coin. Okay, I'm gonna close this out for right now. And I'm gonna return to this with an answer. I'm gonna put a pin in it, exactly. So I'm not gonna delete this one. I'm gonna leave it where it's at, and we're going to return to it with an answer. Thank you very much for using your puzzle coin. Thank you guys so much for the level 3 hype train. Absolutely bonkers, insane, crazy. Holy heck, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Bits W, thank you so much, little Pippy Bitties. God, I love that so much. Good job, Trank, indeed. Trank always comes up with some wild-ass amazing questions, honestly. Okay, what's our next up? What's our next up on the list? Right now, it looks like it's gonna be this one right here. Utopia TTRPG. Batch of questions here to save space. Favorite study in every school and why? Favorite study in every school. Okay, I'm gonna do really quick answer to this because there is a lot of sustenance here, it looks like. Favorite study in every school, I would say, is probably impact for combat because I love hitting things. I love hammers, right? So, like, yeah. No, actually, you know what? I'm torn between impact and resilience because I love tanking. But no, I think I'm actually gonna say resilience. I love resilience. I love tanking so much. Craft is probably... Oh, it's gonna sound so bad. It's probably architecture, actually. I've wanted structure building for so long, dude. I love sitting down and building a base in a campaign. There's nothing that I enjoy more than just designing a space to live at. In Magic, it's probably Zephyr. I love Tempest. I love Lightning, Tempest, Energy style builds. I wanted to say potentially like Transformation, but I think that Transformation just really isn't my cup of tea. I'm not a big fan of Summoning personally. Restoration's honestly really close, but I think Zephyr would have to be my go-to. Study of Zephyr is probably my favorite. I like Burst Fire. I like big damage. It's basically the impact of magic. In Cunning, I have to be honest, it's probably Luck. I love Luck. It's so stupid. It's so dumb, and I fuck with it so hard. It has no reason to exist. It reminds me of in D&D, Monk subclass Way of the Drunken Master, where it's like, you're not good at what you do because you're skilled. You're good at what you do because you have the dumbest luck in existence. For blue, it's probably not Ballad. Probably Decipher, actually, I would think. Decipher seems really interesting. I really like having information more than anything else. Imposter is very close. Impersonation is very close, but I think that it would have to be probably Decipher. I like having information. Information, one of my favorite parts. And for the final one, for Law, I think my favorite would be probably Control. Maybe Judgment, but no, lies all around. Balance is my favorite. I love world effects, like something that says, hey, I'm under this umbrella too, so I'm getting fucked as much as you are, but the point is that now we're all fucked. I love that. I love that for balance. It is like one of my, like the Day of Judgment style play is my favorite out of that entire category. Okay. Favorite core species, including AG. Favorite core species, actually, honestly, this is going to be a really boring answer, chat, and I'm so sorry. It's probably the mutant. I love mutants so much. I love the kind of generic style that a mutant can take on. If I had to make 100 characters and I was only allowed to pick one species for all 100 characters, mutants would have me fucking covered. Every single time, no matter what I needed to do, I could always come up with another mutant. Now, I do want to say that automatons are a very close second. I love automatons. Automatons are kind of the same thing. They're so general that you can make anything out of them. But I think mutants would be my answer. You get 2 arcane arts IRL. Which do you pick? I think that generically it would be evocation and alteration, because at the end of the day, any of the like subordinate ones like array, wake, enchantment are great and all, but they don't make the spell do new things. I don't have to worry about disenchanting because assumingly I don't have anybody else to worry about. Evocation creates something out of virtually nothing, right? For our intensive purposes within our visible system, evocation creates things out of nothing. That's ridiculously powerful. Alteration allows us to transform what already exists. Those two just seem like the most impactful options to me. I don't think that there's another way to go about it, in my opinion. I could see a rule for necromancy, but honestly, I don't even want to fuck with it. I don't think it matters enough. I don't think that's something I would want to introduce into the real world. Which is more aura, parry, backhand, or dodge, Prodigy, Caprice? I think that more aura, in my opinion, is parry, backhand, because Prodigy, Caprice is like tricky, like haha, fucking got you, but backhand is like, I'm gonna look you dead in the fucking eyes and watch you as you get smacked with your own goddamn sword. That's funny to me. That's a lot of aura farming. What would your highest subtrait score be IRL? Speed? No. Dexterity? No. Power? Probably not. Fortitude? Probably not. Engineering might be on the higher end. They're all super low, may I say. Memory is in the garbage. We all know that. Awareness is in the garbage. We all know that. Resolve? Probably a middle stat for me. Appeal? Stunt? No. Streamer mode is on, yes. I swear to God, London, I swear to God. Language? Probably not. And portrayal? Probably not. Oh, maybe portrayal. Portrayal's probably... Resolve for me? Okay, chat says I have resolve, which sucks because I don't like spellcasting. But I guess I know evocation and alteration in the real world, so... Chat, there is actually a method that is being drafted up about how to play real-life style campaigns where you don't get to level 100, where like you start like where you're playing with like realistic stats. There is a way to actually like... Okay, for lack of a better term, the pinnacle performance of human beings in the real world is having a subtrait of 10. Like, that is like top notch, bordering on record breaking capabilities of human beings. And realistically, creatures do not have more than 10. So people don't normally get at like past like level 12 or anything like that. So there are actually ideas behind playing real world style characters. Top 5 playstyle / general builds. Top 5 is a lot. Probably resilience impact, paladin style, so like a healing warrior. I really enjoy bard-based builds. Like, I really like bards. I think that bards are a fun playstyle for me. I don't play them very often, but I do enjoy them a lot, in my opinion. Telekinetic wizards, for some reason, I really like telekinesis. Telekinesis as a concept, I think is a lot of fun, and I think there's a lot of things you could do with it, and it's just generically very customizable with how you manage it. It's probably my only caster build, minus, like, the Paladin's Restoration thing, so, yeah. And, oh goodness, do I have another one? Oh, Tinkers, duh, Artificers, obviously. That's, like, the top one. I love Artificers so much. If I were to hypothetically be working on a hypothetical GM resource, such as hypothetically a creature almanac, how many creatures would be a good amount per hypothetical volume? So I'm also working on a creature almanac, and my goal is to have it happen in tandem with the adventures guide. So you have the adventures guide and the creature almanac all in the same place. I think that roughly 200 creatures is a good idea to have a good plethora of options, assuming that you take up roughly 1 creature per page, and you spend about 20 to 50 pages on just lore building, on world building, on explaining what these creatures do, how they behave, and things like that. That is my go-to. Maybe like closer to 180. That's how much I would put in a bestiary. Bestiary, almanac, creature almanac, whatever you want to call it. Bestiary is kind of interesting because there's a lot of humanoids in it, but you get the point, right? Utopia King expansion win right now. Okay, next question. We only have like 20 minutes, so I'm gonna try to burn through these as fast as I possibly can, chat. It looks like this one is up next. This includes Redemption and Return. Thank you so much for the community art. What of the Pious cast do you think has the heaviest weight on Paya and Yuto as a whole? Which one do I think is impacted the most? I don't think I can answer that, chat. No, I can't answer that. Favorite Paya ship? Woo. Favorite Paya ship? Okay. Probably Eevee and Neppy. I've seen a lot of Eevee and Neppy shipping, and I think that one has the most like actual content built around it, and therefore it is the most vivid in my mind. So I think that's my favorite Paya ship so far. Which Pia's member are you personally most invested in? Probably, if I'm being so dead ass with you, probably Moth. I love Moth. I absolutely adore Moth for what he does, how truly like layered his character is, and how much he has not been how much we still haven't seen about Moth. There's so much under the surface with that fucker, and I love him as a character because there's so much building up, boiling to the surface, and it still hasn't boiled over yet. I love Moth so much. Pick one member from the Return and one from the Redemption cast that you wish could meet. How do you think it would go? Okay, the first thing that comes to mind is Azor and Neptune, right? Because that's just drama. You know what I mean? Like, it's good drama, don't get me wrong, but it's drama. You know what I mean? But I think I'm gonna hold back before I say that. Okay, there's one that I can't say for spoiler reasons. Maybe Erikoth and Sombers, actually. I feel like Erikoth and Sombers would also be like a lot of tea. So like, I kind of love that. I actually kind of love the idea of Erikoth and Sombers, because I feel like they'd like look at each other and be like, okay. And then nothing else would happen, and tension would only build from there. That's how I imagine that. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, do we have a 3? I don't think we have another 3. So we're gonna go to the top 2. There we go. Who taught the clones how to timeline hop and mirrormancy? Okay, I don't know if they taught them mirrormancy, because mirrormancy is technically a different subject, but the one who kind of did most of the assistance when it comes to attaching 6 points to the vault and making all of that a usable entity, that was Alex Plot. Tension, you say? Next, number 2, sessions and GMing. What was your favorite session to GM and why? And what do you think was your best crafted session and why? My favorite session to GM has been Pia's Return. I've absolutely loved Pia's Return. Everything reeks of Alex Plot. I'm glad you acknowledged the drama that would be if Neppy and Azur seeing each other. Mochi, I have thought of so many ways, as the GM of Paya's Return, I have thought of so many ways to put your characters through, like, awful, terrible, gruesome trauma, and I'm tempted to. Anyways, everything's connected to plot. Something plotting something. Specific session, I think, might have been, okay, it's so far, there's a lot more that I have planned, so I don't think this is going to remain my favorite session for very long. I love trauma, feed me more angst art, motherfucker. I don't think that this is going to remain my favorite session for super long, as a lot more stuff is going to hit the surface, but the most recent 2 sessions I think are tied right now. The most recent session, because it was chaotic and funny, and I absolutely love it. It was so interesting to watch the body swap happen, and the one before that, because it was the first time that I really got to introduce that my weird GMing tricks, right? The idea of I'm lying to my players because your characters wouldn't know, right? I love that idea. I love the idea of saying, hey, this is how you see things. There's a story I've told before of GMing a session where I said, there is a creature in front of you. I, as a GM, to you as a player, cannot describe this creature. However, your character has no issue, or this is just a normal creature to your character. Your character has no difficulty discerning what this character is, and maybe even some of its more finer details. But I, as a GM, cannot tell you as a player who this is. This is the type of meta play that I absolutely fucking adore when it comes to GMing. And not this most recent session, but the one that we were just watching on Mental Health Break was the first time I really got to start tasting that. Give it a little bit of a taste. Okay, I'm rabbit holing, Rain says. Dice Song. Okay, this is gonna be a fun question, I think. Question for Dice Song: are you planning for it to have lore impact and or have it take place in timelines such as Hyperion? If so, are you still planning for each timeline to have their own theme of game? I don't know yet. I don't think I really have an answer to that. Dice Song wasn't really meant to be some giant project, and I don't know if it has a place to be yet. There's a lot of places, okay. There's a lot of places that it could hypothetically fit, so it's really hard to tell. And it might just be a game. Beep, 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 beep. Come here, Hyper, come here. Rabbit trailing is funny. Okay, truth be told, I actually have a lot of plans for Dice Song, but I'm just not going to talk about all of them. It does hold a very specific place in my heart, and it's probably, the 4th chamber of my arteries. Community lore. Question: what has been your favorite bit of contribution that you have seen from folks that would never have existed without them? Ooh. Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. And Ty's probably... What? Why is my brain not giving me good questions to ask? Shh, it's fine. Favorite bit of contribution that you have seen from folks that never would have existed without them. Ty, you're gonna fucking hate my answer. You're gonna absolutely fucking hate my answer. To be fair, none of the narrative would have existed. None of the narrative would have truthfully existed if it wasn't for the community, right? The world of storytelling is a back and forth exchange. I come up with something, you guys give me feedback. It's why a lot of projects die. A lot of projects die because they don't get the audience that they need to sustain themselves. And it's a level of efficiency and practicality on my part that is really important for me to take hold of that I am not all that good at. But with that, I think that probably one of my very community focused things that I have witnessed. I'm so sorry, man, but God, do I love the story of Penagos. Penagos is such a cool, vivid civilization to me with such, like, obvious impact and such realistic tension. The way that the 3 came from it, oh my goodness, I absolutely love their story. I love what came of them. I love what came of Penagos. I love what came of all of those stories. I know I don't give it the attention it deserves. I know for a fact that I don't, and I want to. I want to give it a spot to exist, and I'm so excited when it does happen. Who and what is Penagos? Ask Ty. Structure or enemies question. This is from Cancerun. Theoretically, could you craft a structure which also functions as an enemy? For example, like, what if you wanted to have an evil sentient basement that was all hooked up via wires? Note, I do not know what a structure is. This would be for the DM, not for the players. So, when it comes to making a structure as an enemy, quote unquote, kind of in a way. So, creatures and structures are different by nature. Now, you can create a creature that can house people, right? Like, you could have a creature that people can walk into and just make a monster house in that way, right? But it would have a creature stat block. You could also have a structure that's riddled with traps and, you know, like covered and stuff like that. And either of those things, a real player or a GM could design those. All within the GM's limitations, right? The GM has to allow for these types of flavor builds. But regardless of that, you can do both of those things. But at the end of the day, it is either a structure or a creature. It cannot be both. It is one or the other, at least under the current rule set, because a lot of rules break down if it's both. Okay, what do we got next? I think that Subathon is the next one. Yes, Subathon. Question. Ty says, question, now that it has almost been a year, if you had the chance to do it over again, would you change anything for Subathon? I think more often than not, and this is going to be a very common answer you get from me in questions styled like this, is there anything that I would change? No. My answer is always no. As a joke, I always say I regret everything I've ever done. I don't have regrets. I never have regrets. More often than not. I think my regret level kind of is balanced out by how content I am with life. Because if I'm content with life, then I don't want to change anything. You know, yada yada, butterfly effect, whatever. But even then, I usually don't want to change anything because it's just how things go. I don't like the idea of having a free wish, of being given some free ability to rewrite everything. I like how things are because it is how things are. This was the system that was forced upon me. This was the system that I impacted back, and this is the story that I wrote with my life. And that to me is getting the ability to change that removes what that story really meant to me, I think, at the end of the day. That's getting a little bit deeper than it's necessary. I think Subathon went better than I ever would have hoped. No matter what happens, I love what happened with Subathon. The fact that we made it a year, the fact that it went this far, the fact that it blew up into this giant concept that we never expected to get this big, I am so happy about. The fact that I spend more of my life streaming than not, more of my conscious life streaming than not, or worrying about stream or working on stream, that's not necessarily true. It's probably a little under half. Is wonderful. I love what I do. I would not change a thing for the world. Whoops, wrong button. Okay, are we down to just ones? I think we're down to just one, so we're kind of going from the top now. Future of Daisong. Dr. London says, if you were to make Daisong a full successful game, how big would you want it to be, or do you want it to stay small? I think that realistically, whenever I come up with a project, my goal is for it to succeed and do well and do good things. Oh my goodness, 10 minutes, congratulations. 10 more minutes on the Subathon timer. Let's go. When it comes to any project, I want it to be successful. I want it to get eyes. I want it to gain attention.
Can you close
know what
submissions and just speed through the rest of the questions before rolling the wheel?
I will do my best to. I'm fine with that. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna set the slow timer. Moderators, you can get around this. I'm going to request that you do not. Please, do not, if you're a moderator, please do not add more questions. I know that the slow timer's on. I'm gonna try to bust through all of these as fast as possible. How big do I want it to be? I would like Daisong to be a bigger game if I could. There are examples of games that I'm okay with being very small, like The Vault. The Vault doesn't really have its own personal game loop. It requires a lot of outside knowledge to really interact with it. That's okay. The Vault doesn't need to explode. If Daisong did, I would be very, very satisfied. I'd be very happy if that happened. So, I would say big game for Daisong would be really nice in my opinion. I would love for it to do well, and I would like for it to be a bigger game. There's a lot more to Daisong that I wish I could introduce. Not that I wish I could introduce, that I would like to introduce in the future. The Vault. Ty says, are there any current plans for expansions to the Vault and its functionality, or potentially further uses for the Vault? Yes. Next question. Not real question. Question. Why do I keep being put in situations where I am somehow relevant? Good question. Next. You said it wasn't a real question, so I'm not going to answer it. Streaming. Question, what first prompted you to start streaming, and did you ever imagine that you would be where you are now? When I first started streaming, I did not consider the future in any way whatsoever at all. I had no idea where I was going to go with it, and it was completely on a whim. I was at a buddy's house, and I was in their garage, and I was like, should I start streaming? And they were like, yeah, why not? And then I started streaming that day. That's how it went. That's all that happened. And I did not realize what can of worms I was opening. I just decided that I would take it as I go. And I did. And it was only up to a certain point once I started getting a slightly more regular viewership that I was like, oh my god, I care about this. I care about this a lot. And I want to do better. I want to do more. I want to keep getting better at this. I want to learn how to make more entertaining content. I want to know how to be, as Astral Spiff said it, as an example. Astral Spiff is a streamer I like a lot. Not necessarily my favorite streamer, but he did say this one quote that I really love. I could watch your streams, not speaking about the person that he looked up to at the time. I could watch his streams as if it was a YouTube video. Being able to be constantly engaging and coming up with things on the fly and improving as a performer or as a performance was so important to me, to create something that's constantly enticing and fun, but also serves this longer narrative that's going on, right? Every stream has a beginning, middle, and end. Every stream has a challenge, a conflict, and a climax. But on top of that, if you put a ton of streams together, they would all have their own conflict and climax nested, that is nested within each of those. Not necessarily in that order. Congratulations on 30 minutes. So I fell in love with streaming way harder than I ever thought I would. And I do not regret a single thing that has ever happened. Contribution volunteering. Ashton asks, how do I volunteer to contribute to stuff? I want to help bounce ideas for lore, but I have no idea beyond talking in chat. Though I know there's many things kept out of public eye for surprises in chat. Doesn't contribute to be before it's mostly said. That is a wonderful question. Honestly, the best thing you can do is just approach me. Like, literally just shoot me a DM and be like, I want to be a part of things. I want to help. I want to volunteer my services. You know, if you want to say this is what I'm good at, this is what I feel like I excel at, yada yada, all those things are super helpful. Mirror Myth is a very, very community focused workflow, right? The goal is to introduce people as much as possible, not to ask people to volunteer, but allow people to give their input. You know what I mean? Mirror Myth is not in a position where it could hire people, right? Mirror Myth is not in a position, I mean, it could hire people, it could contract people, I should say, but it can't actively hire an hourly employee. That is not where Mirror Myth is right now. But come the day that it could contract more, or that it could hire people, the people who are impactful in the community are probably going to be they're going to have the dibs over it. That's not to say that we're going to hire every community member first, right? There's still a lot of skills and practicality that goes into being hired or being a part of a project and stuff like that. And the people who constantly just give their focus, their love, and their attention to the various projects that Mirror Myth is working on, they're going to be a heavy consideration for everything, right? The number one thing that matters to me when it comes to having somebody who's going to be a part of Mirror Myth is passion. You know, skill is important, practicality is important, all these things, experience is important. The number one thing is passion. I want you to care about what you work on. That is because at the end of the day, if you care about what you work on and you still suck at it, you'll get good at it one day. Because being passionate about it is all that you need to get good at it, in my opinion. Hopefully that all made sense. Okay, next one. The tank, the Wayfinder, and the mage attack styles or his game that he's making. What are them specifically and how they differ from each other? I want to know. So tank is specifically, generally, and very paraphrasing, tank in Oracles, we're talking about Oracles or Season 3 as a lot of people know it, tanking is melee style with a lot of damage reduction and sustain. Wayfinder is kind of a roguish build with a lot of ranged accessories and a lot of speed boosts, invisibility, cloaking, things like that. The goal is to not get hit, and you deal a little bit of damage from really far away. And finally, you have Mage, which is the utility build, right? You have to prepare beforehand, but it's a lot harder for people to tell what you're doing. It's less about precision and more about thought, right? So mages prepare their spells beforehand, and they don't have to aim. They literally have homing missiles for spells, right? But the thing is that they have to prepare their spells beforehand and design what their loadout is going to be on a much more customizable scale. Now, to balance all of this, they're slower, they're squishier, and they don't deal probably as much damage. I mean, there's probably some min-maxy builds that will, but the idea is that mages spend all of their force through knowledge rather than through precision. Tank's goal is to basically hit things really hard. Get as close as possible, as fast as possible, and hit them as hard as possible. Wayfinder's goal is to never get hit, preferably never get seen, and just do chip damage until something dies. Whoops, wrong one. Mystery event. Ty Guy says, question for the color-coded mystery, what do you feel could have been done better, and how will you keep such things in mind for the next mystery event, accounting for the fact that there are even more people a part of the Oriverse now? I think that the color-coded event wasn't necessarily a bad idea by nature. I think that having a competitive thing would be an okay idea, at the expense that it needs to be incentivized in the correct fashion. It needs to be fair for everybody. I tried my best and I did not succeed in the color-coded mission, and that is unfortunate. For right now, I think I'm going to keep competitiveness outside of mysteries. It has been a constant through line trying to figure out how to allow anybody to participate, right? And I have an idea for this. What I think would have been better for color-coded if it wasn't naturally a competition, but rather there were 6 categories of the mystery, and you can only be in one of them. So the power players can spread themselves out as best they can, but at the end of the day, the participation kind of lands on how you spread yourself thin. You know what I mean? Let's say there's 20 to 30 power players, people who know the lore very extensively, who have a lot of previous knowledge, or have access to a lot of previous knowledge. They can spread out, and they can do their thing, you know what I mean? But it gives the more focus on the people who are new, who are learning these things, who are trying to get intertwined with the lore, rather than just telling the big players to just solve everything for everybody. You know what I mean? There's a lot of very smart people who are very good at solving a lot of this stuff, and I absolutely adore that. But I want to put more pressure on you because you can handle more pressure, and I want to put some pressure on the people who don't know that stuff, so that they're kind of incentivized to learn more about it. Obviously, of course, the giveaways was a fucking nightmare. I did that that was the worst giveaway I've done, because I did not have the giveaway impact the people who did the work. And it ended up, unfortunately, landing the other way, where those who did not participate, or participated very little, ended up being the winners of those giveaways. Not in all cases, in some cases. There were cases where people who did participate did win as well. Just a nightmare all around, but that is what I think I've learned from that. Oracles. Question. Ty asks, question, what is your best and worst moments of both Season 1 and Season 2? How do you think those will contribute in the development of Season 3? Season 1 was the item shops when we realized, the first thing that happened was we did the enchantment signs where you could purchase enchantment, put it on any item. That was technically the root of all evil that came to this, but the realization was when we learned that bows and crossbows could essentially become one-hit wonder nuclear missiles on a stick that rapid fire. Once we learned that, it had basically demolished the entire game, and it was the reason that we started Season 2. So understanding, that one's probably more so because I didn't understand the format and the system that it was in, which is why I decided to go the route of creating a game from scratch, right? That way I have control over those things. Immensely more work, but we have control over those final details, and we get to decide how these things interact with each other. If we don't like it, we can change it. And Season 2, I think probably one of the toughest parts for me, not that it was an issue, but one of the toughest parts was promising as much time as I did, right? And not just development time, but like featured time, like stream time. Like faction meetings happened once a week and they were a stream category, and suddenly my personal need to stream and my branding and everything like that was intrinsically tied to Season 2, and that was a bad thing. I should not have tied those two things together. I did not realize how bad that would go, but it created a ton of tension when they did not line up, where it's like, I really wish I had this Friday slot for streaming. I really wish I could do this. I really wish I could work on this, but in doing that, I'm sacrificing something from Season 2. That sucked. Also, server issues. Server issues is probably the worst thing that ever happened to Season 2. Season 2 would probably still be up and running right now if it wasn't for server issues. Fuck server issues. I hate them so much. There's obviously a lot I need to learn, and chances are I need to just bite the bullet and do the server hosting myself. I cannot rely on somebody else to do that. Or go with someone who's not a Minecraft server hoster and do something like the website's host, like Hostinger, who does this on a much larger commercial scale that is extremely more reliable. It is time for a new spin. I said I was going to crank through these. How do different petals and archetypes tend to be from their stereotypes? It kind of depends. I think that when it comes to what kind of roses and what kind of archetypes that people are, if you are referring to people in this, then chances are you have different viscosities of it, I will call. Some people are closer to what their archetype resembles, and some people are further from it. There's a lot of different ways to explain why this happens. At the end of the day, the compass is just not that objective. You know what I mean? It's a very qualitative scale. It's very subject to interpretation in a lot of ways, and maybe one day it won't be, but as of right now it is. And I think that's just kind of the nature of it. How close are you to your stereotype? It depends. We talk about red memory, we talk about purple faces and all that stuff like that. Those are stereotypes. And some people live to those stereotypes. They live by those stereotypes. Some people just don't. It's hard to tell. Some people have a more diluted version of their petals, and some people have a very, very viscous version of their petals. I know that that's a very unfortunate, well, it depends answer, but I don't have enough time. Archetype swap. Enemy says, if you were playing a Utopia game, your character was zapped with a laser and the archetype swapping, how would you play with that? Would their previous archetype become their regression archetype? I imagine that you would want them to still be the same character, but still be noticeably different. If your archetype was to change, it means that your personality and decision-making qualities would also be different, right? So mechanically in lore, not in lore. Mechanically, the idea behind the compass and an archetype is that that's how your decision-making qualities come to you. If you imagine two people that are exactly the same in every way except for archetype, right? So you have a performer and you have an executive. If you feed them the same decision, they will come out with some kind of response. If you were to swap their archetypes and keep everything completely in the control group, then they would have the exact opposite opinions. They would do the exact same thing, but now swapped. That is what an archetype controls. An archetype controls your decision-making and how you facilitate a response to the stimulus around you. So essentially, it would change their personality on a more qualitative basis or on a more quantitative basis. It would change how they interact to stimulus and what exactly they use for their decision-making basis. And finally, what is your favorite trait, subtrait, and playstyle in TTRPGs? I like tanks, I like strength. I do actually really like resolve on a somewhat separate level. But I think that if I had to pick one, actually I don't think I'd pick power. I think I'd pick fortitude. Honestly, I think I'd pick fortitude as my favorite subtrait. My favorite trait is probably will, which I know obviously don't line up with each other, but I really like the will score. I really like the idea of just being really good at not being able to not allowing people to force you out of your own agency. And playstyle is tanking. I like tanking. I love tanking. Next up is big hammer. So if you wrap that all up to one, I like impact tanking, but immediately I like tanking. And that is the end of our questionnaires for today. I really appreciate you guys. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of talking. We need to get into our wheel as fast as humanly possible because we are so late. Chat, are you ready to spin the wheel? Dear God, it is Chaos Day. Holy shit. Spin the wheel. Oh, I need to breathe. My God, dude. Oh, man, we're going with all of the high-effort solutions today. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my God. Okay. Chad, it's really one of those days. It's really one of those days. Oh, God. Okay. This is for an hour, Trank. I mean, a little less than an hour because we overshot the Q&A, but roughly an hour. This is so irresponsible. Can you suggest a story theme? Absolutely, go for it. Okay, let me open up a Google Doc and let's start this up. Let me format my page real quick because it's all
MHB also cut into Q&A slightly so you didn't really overshoot anything.
I mean, that's fair. At the end of the day, we do have less time in total for various different reasons, arguably. Can I please? No, I want Lexend. Please, there we go. And we'll update you to match. Beautiful. Okay, chat. And we'll add a little subtitle. This is usually how I set up, this is usually how I set a lot of these up. Whenever I start a new document, this is usually what I, go for as a, basic idea. We will make you a little bit grayer. And then we'll start. The beginning. The beginning. All right, chat. What is our topic? Do we want to actually like structure this? Do we want to like actually structure this a little bit? Think someone dealing with an Ichor infection? Oh, Jesus Christ. The Ichor infection. Okay, chat. What do we got here? We're gonna bullet point things for right now. What about our Ichor infection are we doing? Wendy adjacent? Okay. Maybe someone Wendy adjacent. Thought rescinded. Beginning. Structure, yes. Let's purple. Purple. Okay. Structures. Purple and structure. Understood. Gotcha. I'm writing this down, chat. I'm writing this down. Just keep throwing ideas at me. We're gonna put this together in a story. It's in world lists. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Ooh. Ichor stories are boring. I'm a bounce. Gotcha. Make sure that it's boring. Understood. There are red pustules along the side of their body. Okay. Okay, so we have red pustules along the side of somebody's body. I'll say character's body, whoever that character may be. Is right here to stop the sword? Apparently not. Surreal? Okay. Talking about worldless native surreal? Okay. Okay. Well, Rain, I really hope you're here to say something about this. What the fuck are you doing to my boy? I have no idea. Main character has to be the archer. Main character is an archer. Okay. I don't have the cranial capacity for this during my multitasking. I will throw out the idea of Surreal offering to help the POV, to help our POV character. Surreal is supporting character. Okay, so we'll update Surreal. Supporting character. Okay. Sky is the archer. Okay, so Sky is an archer. Wonderful. I'm gonna eat now. Have a good one, Nebula. I appreciate you.
My previous message. You skipped it.
I feel like I should get a notebook out, probably. Oh my God, how are you doing? It's Chaos Day. How are you doing? What's up? Someone that was originally studying Ichor, but the Lovecraft stories of old, they were dealing with something outside of their comprehension. Okay. Somebody studying Ichor, but came across something outside their comprehension. Real? You are studying today? Thank you so much. Help chat, what is Chaos Day? So every hour we spin this wheel, and we have to do something for 1 hour. And today chat's writing a story right now, which means we have to make some kind of cohesive narrative out of a bunch of stuff that people just randomly blurt out. This is very reckless, everybody. It is quite reckless. Don't go down this route. It's too familiar. Too familiar. Cool. This is wild. We'll do pruning later. We'll prune some of the stuff out. Constant haze in the corner of eye. Okay. Constant haze in the corner of the eye. Blurring the peripheral. Wonderful. Last one of these is currently a third into being made a book. The character's job is to handle the cleanup of sludge. Okay, sludge. Cleanup crew. Okay. Okay. Okay, can we get some member of the Omnisoul take the infected person? Talk to, oh, okay. Omnisoul speaks to infected person, which is technically a mirror. Okay, Now, I don't want to suggest this per se, but a certain robot cameo that's related to Iker. Nondescript Iker robot cameo. We murder and consume Surreal. Surreal is killed and eaten. Cool. Character can change the color of sludge slightly. Character has the ability to modify Sludge's characteristics color. Okay? I'd like for them to be a zealot. Archer, zealot. So we're definitely doing study of hunt here. I don't know if it's possible timeline if it's already become a part of the set problem. Art is there. Oh, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare. Oh, it's gonna be so good. At Tybot. Okay. At Tybot. Perfect. Omnisol speaking only in whispers and an internal monologue, not physically heard. Where's the Omnisol speaks to infected person in light whispers and internal monologue, almost as if MC is eavesdropping on a conversation. Oh, that's terrible. Worldless Dr. L cameo. Okay, let's make one for cameos. Cameos with a question mark. Nondescript Iker robot. We have Dr. L. We have who else? Worldless Surreal killed and eaten apparently. We have what? Which one? Wait, which one isn't possible? You're gonna have to tell me which one isn't possible. This is gonna go away. A lot of this is gonna go away. We're gonna go back and prune all of this because this is, oh yeah, Artie, that's the one. A lot of this is going to have to change because it's physically impossible. Probably. No, whoa, is he not? Why would he not be? Where me cameo? I don't think that's true. I need to move my Discord back up to where it was. There we go. Beautiful. I missed that. It was weird. My upper screen was so blank and naked. We'll talk about that. Maybe not. But didn't they get to the moon in the world list? They did get to the moon in the world list. That's what I'm curious about. I mean, there may be something I'm missing here. But luckily, we have this fur walk. Thanks so much for the fur walk. Can we have a full cast of cleanup crew on members instead of just one person? Okay, we have a sludge cleanup crew involving several members. Wonderful. Well, Oil is contacting space people. Well, occurs while Oliver contacts space people. That might be impossible. I don't know. Only one infected though. One is infected. A room with too many eyes. Okay, a room with too many eyes. Baseball automaton named Huh? Baseball automaton named Huh? Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Perry. Thank you so much for this smooch. Must be impossible. 3 of the cleanup members are a set of triplets. Okay. 3 of the members are triplets, but refuse to admit they're related. Cool. How many eyes are too many? Too many. This is a joke. A room labeled the doll room with 1 doll in it. There's a doll in it. Excuse you. Wonderful. We need a plot, please. Plot? You said no. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke, chat. Takes place on Grimdar landmass. Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, Grimdar landmass. That matters for reasons I can't talk about. A room labeled the doll room with nothing but a collection of broken chains in it. Labeled the doll room. Collection of chains. Broken chains. Vague quotes reference for the scene at some point. You peer into the mirror, but do not recognize the figure standing before you. Quotes. You peer into the mirror, but do not recognize the figure standing before you. Cool. Everyone's making a plot, Forger. Everyone gets to make the plot. Documenting the infection of this one person. Give Forger
My
always
floor
picks the
is
plot.
shaking. Rain, it will be okay. Don't break the continent.
Stop listing basement room. Sludge is leaking into open water. Well, yes, that is sludge in open water. Correct. And so wants to find a cure to Iker. They heard there's a broken lab that might have it. I'm gonna skip that one for right now. Set of diary entries. Okay, so our writing style is set of diary entries. Now we're getting somewhere. We'll end up reading like fan fiction. You do not recognize the bodies in the water? Oh, goodness. You do not recognize the bodies in the water.
Plot, diary style as the person degrades and mutates from Ichor.
As a person degrades from Iker. It slowly revealed that one of the other crew members have been long dead, and we've been delusional due to Iker. Oh my god. Cleanup crew has been long dead. The MC has been deluding them the entire time. Rambling to corpses. Wonderful. This is a very worldless story, in my opinion. The cleanup crew is sent to a location to clean up. Sent to location to clean up an event. More issues than expected. As they clean, more show up. And somebody is sabotaging. Somebody dies. Cool. The person themselves killed their crew members due to the Iker corruption, losing their mind from guilt and madness to the Iker itself. The MC killed their crew. Went mad. Created a world in their head as if they didn't. Iker be crazy. At the end of the story, it's revealed that notes were being read in reverse order. Oh my goodness. At the end, it's realized that notes were written in reverse. Wake up with brief moments of lucidity where their hands are covered in cold, dried blood of their friends. Random moments of lucidity. Oh, for the big reveal, it gets revealed that the diary entries were being read by someone else, and that they describe what happened when the person fully gaze out the Iker. Oh, gave into Iker?
Reverse order was taken back because too hard.
Shh, we'll refine later. The person reading it isn't the person who wrote it. The person who wrote it has given in to the Iker. When using Iker for malicious purposes. Iker has been used for malicious purposes. So it only appears in final dying moment at the end of the incomprehensible entity watching take place. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Okay. Only appears in final moments. And is the incomprehensible enemy entity. Incomprehensible entity. Wonderful. Well, then MC writes the final entry. Somebody new writes the final entry. What Iker hasn't been used maliciously. What? People are trying to evict the Iker affected people from the area. trying to evict the Iker affected people from the area. I want to write this one too. I'd like to be just a short story. Unfortunately, I want to write this one. I don't know, Chad. I kind of want to write this one. I don't know if I can. I think that there's a few names like this just breaks everything. I'm gonna be so real with you, Chad. These cameos are, they're tough. They're tough. I mean, you guys can write it if you want. You guys can write whatever you want. I think now is a good time to get down to the refining stage. Let's change our music to show that we're in the refining stage. Yes, this is our refinement music. I'm gonna be right back, apparently. Iker Infected will randomly sing Cheers theme to try to keep sanity. 3 of those are broken, yes. I'm gonna be honest with you, as my first personal veto, I think I'm just gonna remove the cameos. They make everything impossible very quickly. Time to start refining. It's time to start refining. Drop the cameos, okay. I think that it is a good idea to say that reverse chronological is just gonna be too difficult to write for this specific instance. Wendy adjacent, I'm going to remove that. I think that Wendy adjacent is just really awkward because, I don't know, like I said, assuming that there are existing characters here is just always going to make this difficult. So I'm going to remove any instances of existing characters, I think. It takes it out of a vacuum to introduce an existing mechanic, and it really, really limits what's possible. Even the cameo I suggested, that one might be possible, but we're gonna talk that in a bit. It's refinement time. So kind of what we have here, from what I understand, purple in structure, well, that didn't fucking happen, that's for sure. Boring? Yeah, definitely boring. We have pustules across the long body. So what we built here, from what I can tell, is basically we have this main character, this protagonist, that we are reading the diary entries of. So we're reading the diary entries of this person that seems to be some form of sludge cleanup crew that takes place in Grimdar. Now, I can't talk very much about what the expanse of Grimdar looks like in Worldless, but they are important. I'll say that much. So we have this person who's in a really important landmass in Worldless. And they seem to be some kind of sludge cleanup crew. Now, I will say that Iker and sludge are not intrinsically the same thing. So when you guys talk about Iker, I'm gonna assume you're talking about sludge. So I'm gonna replace all forms of Iker with sludge because they do matter a lot. They are similar in nature, but they are not the same. So I'm gonna replace Iker with sludge for right now. What's the archer part? It's not really needed. Oh, cut the archer part? No, that's fair. I would imagine, depending on how far into the world we are, I think we're probably a little bit more modern than high fantasy. Depending on how far in we go. Where's archer? They can still be a zealot. The sludges, creatures made purely of Iker. Yeah, that's probably gonna have to get fixed. It's a struggle to make. I can't talk about that right now. But chances are that'll probably even get reworded in the future anyways, just because it's misleading. Keep my name out or I'll remove it if I write this. Well, then don't write it, because I'm gonna put your name in. You can write it if you want. I know you are, Ashton. I know what you're talking about. There's a gun. It will not be used. No, Shaklov! Oh, you have been, betrayed. Rix's gun. It's not like wrong. It's just iffy. Yeah. Okay. Let me say it like this. Sludge is it's like the insect bug analogy, right? All insects are bugs, not all bugs are insects. Sludge is Iker, not all Iker is sludge. Let me say it like that, okay? I think that'll be the safest way to do it. So that sentence is technically correct, but it's mighty misleading. Square and rectangle, exactly. I had an actual reason for suggesting the cameo I did after Sky suggested the Omnisol appearance, but it's fine, I will do other things. No, I think it can, Ty. Just sometimes we have to shh. Sometimes we just write it subtly in there and we don't talk about it. Alright, every fireball does damage, but not every damage spell is a fireball. I gotcha. There's so many funny analogies to this. I actually love that. Okay. So, what's our game plan here? What's our story structure? So what happens in roughly what order? I will say. Wasn't this answered in the sludge just like the main manifestation of Eicher blood effects-a-thon in Worldless? It's the most prominent one, I would say, at least as far as I can tell. Unless I'm lying. I'm gonna not talking about things. Wonderful. Hey Sky, if you write it, can I write down this whole voice at least? Jesus Christ. Introduce the cleanup crew. Introduce the cleanup crew. A sludge cleaning institution whose goal is to reduce the sludge infestation of Grimdar. The sludge beast attack that begins the initial infection. That, unfortunately, would not function, I don't think. I don't think that would work. What's the party introduced and brought into the area? Left behind. Cleanup crew is ultimately left behind. First seeing them doing their job as part of the cleaning crew in everyday life. Wonderful. Being left behind. Trapped. Okay. My curiosity, Forager, how many liberties did you take when you started writing? Gonna go to snack. Yay! Thank you so much for the... Absolutely enjoy your snack. Garlic cream cheese. Oh my god, dude, I want that so bad. Please share. Please share. Okay, where are we going with this chat? What's up next? Give me something. Give me something. We need more to this. We need sustenance. We need, so we know that inevitably what's been happening this whole time, the true fact behind all of this is that, these other people, it needs to fit within the narrative that only one of these people are alive here. So I would say that this is probably some form of home base, per se. Wherever they get trapped is the place that they keep returning to in some way. You do not have bad ideas, Ty. Elaborate it. I want a Pips fur waft. That would be really cute. They die partway through the entries, probably. Oh, okay, so they were alive in the beginning and they die, but they don't die in the diary entry because the MC isn't sane anymore. So they just believe that they're still alive. Introduce something that I don't realize makes no sense. Elaborate. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? What's happening? Scott told me a story. Yes, chat's writing a story right now. We have about 30 more minutes to finish writing the story. The cleaners are pressured to work faster by their superiors to clean up faster, but the sludge is spreading faster than they can contain. Okay, I like this. Sludge spreads faster than they are able to contain. Fuck, there won't be Tori, will there? Probably not in this one. Actual plot held it together. Most of the things are happening about halfway through the book. Interesting. Sounds like a good idea. Hi, girl. So what approaches them? What is the force that intrinsically pushes them back? Like reaction or witness something impossible for sludge to do, but not unbelievable if you don't know. Okay. Something functionally impossible, but the crew doesn't realize that yet. Gets caught in the sludge, their gear is damaged. That's when delusions start. MC gets caught in sludge, begins hallucinating, creates cognitive tension between MC and other characters. Failed safety procedures. I'm not a Damascus. I don't think it should be super obvious when they get infected. This is really interesting, chat. This is really interesting for reasons I cannot elaborate. This is funny. This is funny, and I like this. Oh. This very subtle or not so subtle failed safety procedures that led to moments you can trace each infection to death. Witness a slew of noticeable deaths throughout their cleanup. Don't see any way that they could have died. Broken safety procedures. This almost reminds me of, what is that, Ty? Introduce a friendly rivalry at the start. Maybe they slowly become more antagonists over the course of the book, and the infection twists their action. Oh, okay. Introduce friendly tension that slowly begins to bend further and further, turning into real conflict. MC's reasoning or decisions become more and more unreasonable, but they keep using similar outlandish excuses that make less and less sense. Yeah.
Jilly Beyond just shared 100 bits. PIPSDIME.
Oh, oh, thank you so much for the hug. Piper, give them a hug. Good hug, Piper. That was a good hug. Imagine that their actions make sense in reality, but in false world they built in their head, they struggle to justify it, so it seems unreasonable. Like, why would they go tearing into raw meat? Their head says, oh, I'm just so hungry here. Meanwhile, in reality, they're just a monster. Oh! 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 Oh my goodness, what if the MC was literally just a monster the whole time? Like, this is what they saw from their eyes as a monster. Realization that The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft ×2? I don't think I've ever read it. Alchemist, as they continue, the voice turns more and more chaotic, and they are the Omnisoul. Interesting. How regularly I peek the mic? I'm surprised that you're surprised. That the MC, the sludge monster of some variety. That is a little bit tricky at the halfway point. That's a little bit interesting. The way that you hear the Omnisoul, I think, is a little bit more dedicated and mechanical than it probably sounds like. People don't just hear the Omnisoul at some point. Like, there has to be a reason why they hear the Omnisoul and what of the Omnisoul they witness. We also too much to the scope of this, maybe. Here are the parts that are looking at you. Yeah. Oh, goodbye, Eco, for 10 seconds. It's a very intimate and personal story, I feel. Chat or the writer? One of the infections comes from a mirror? Potentially. I mean, that's more than possible. We're getting into a lot of concepts. Unfortunately, I cannot explain all of these concepts. There's a lot of concepts that I cannot elaborate on. And they're all really conflicting really hard. Your soul is connected to something in reality. Yeah. So it could be that at some point throughout this exchange, maybe they weren't a monster the entire time, but maybe at some point they literally devolved into a monster over time, and their writings go into that, where they're like, oh yes, you know, I'm ripping meat to shreds, and you know, that's just like part of their daily life, and they don't even realize that they're changing. They don't even notice that they're going through this transformation over time, because everything feels so normal to them. Person having lived their entire lives in a decaying castle without any light source by themselves eventually leaves, only to find out that they are a monster despite believing themselves to be human once looking in a reflection. Ah, so becoming a monster at the story, that's what I thought was happening. MC's decisions are akin to a monster that they are slowly transforming into, but none of their actions seem out of place for them, as they don't realize that the transformation is happening. Hey, welcome back with the snack. Passing infected because they are the only possible following procedures to know how to do this. The crew encounters bodies, yes? One of the bodies of the MC's old crew, and the MC deluded themselves to think the crew they're with was theirs, so they couldn't have killed the old ones. Interesting. We're kind of getting to a weird chronology there, but I could see that because, like, assumingly, it depends. Did the MC walk insane to begin with, or was the MC already beginning to go delusional? It's a very basic plot points of The Outsider. I would recommend to read if you ever got time. That sounds really interesting, honestly. What's the chance to get a sub from the mystery box, by the way? Very low. Quite low. 4 in 1,500. So 1 in 375, I think. Would RP not be a good enough setup for a mirror? It can be. It's slower now. It depends. I would say walk insane and go through the changes. That's what I was assuming. MC was saying to begin with, and then turned into insane as things went wrong. That was kind of my assumption as well. It is closer to 3 in 1,000. 3 in 1,000 is close. We're talking to someone from reality has to actually talk to them for the Omni Soul to be talking to them. Yes, yes, it is a very active exchange, I will say. MC can be especially hateful towards Sludge and such beasts, makes the reveal more ironic. MC begins to build a natural hatred towards sludge beasts and sludge-based monsters. That's what I intend to happen. That's not for you, know. Later on, they see the next cleanup crew as monsters trying to wipe them out. Oh! MC sees the other crew members as if they were transforming slowly into monsters, building up tension throughout the group. The opposite is happening. We see through a reversed lens. That's crazy. I love that. I love that. What's the point I was trying to make is the MC should only realize that they become in their final moments as they see themselves reflected in the eyes of the Omni Soul. Interesting. I like that. Okay. Like that infection, like rather than a transformation? Yeah. I think that this is a really interesting viewpoint into the eyes of somebody who became infected by sludge, who is slowly transgressing into this monster, and how they see everybody else as monsters, right? It's one of those ways that the storyteller lies to the viewer to give you the vantage point that the character has. Story times was one of the things that made me want to write. Go write stuff, chat!
The Omnisoul member manifests as writing that appears in their diary in a different font, responding to them, feeding their delusion, waving away their concerns and lulling them into belief.
That's fucked up. It appears as a different font, somebody who is writing in their diary for them when they look away, feeding into their delusions, and lulling them away from discovering the truth.
Rage, money, power,
We're creating this tortured character. I mean, that is the nature of it. That actually does very much fit the philosophy of the Omnisoul. Because members of the Omnisoul see it as a narrative, it isn't real to them. I'm just struggling to see what the mechanics of how this is happening. There are ways, this is possible. This is absolutely possible. For instance, okay, sludge is a byproduct of Ichor, or it is a subsection of Ichor, if you will. When Ichor is introduced, a lot of things can happen, right? And maybe a more real form of Ichor would be better suited to do something like this, but it's absolutely more than possible that Ichor would be able to write in somebody's book for them in a way that the Omnisoul sees fit, right? The Omnisoul could absolutely write, and all you need is one person to say, hey, I'm gonna fuck over this dude in specific, and it works. That's all it takes. Well, that and relevance, but you get the point. So because members of the reality are saying it's happening. Isn't that fundamentally how the narrative realm and Omnisoul works? Direct communicate? What do you mean, Rain? I don't think I agree with you. The Omnisoul is doing that by connecting to use brain solutions. Do I want a person? Like us brainstorming is making Omnisoul touch and reinforce the delusion it creates? Yeah. Anyway, do we have enough to start writing, or are we almost out of time? We are almost out of time. We probably won't actually get to the actual writing portion of things unless one of two things is going to happen. Either we're going to leave it as an outline, or we need something like ChatGPT in order to write this, because I do not think that we can write this in 15 minutes. And what? The narrative realm is defined by what members of the Omnisoul reality decide it is. Someone has to be talking to them for them to hear the person talking to them. Well, yes, somebody says the words. Like, somebody says the words that are written into the book. I think that was assumed, in my head at least. So who? I mean, anyone, like, there's a ton of people who could. There's a ton of people who may have. Forger said he'd do it. Ostensibly, what I'm describing is, Watsonian translation of our doyless note making? I don't know what that means. Yes, I agree with Trank on that one. The Omnisoul voice, I would take on the charge of driving someone insane. Ah, I see. Do you guys ever wonder why the clones are hesitant to talk? it's the writer, then that makes sense. So, huh? Which writer are you talking about? I say y'all are irresponsible. Yes, correct. But that's okay. Chat, do you want to leave this as an outline, or do you want to throw this into Chat GPT or something of similar extension? Dimnisel is so mean. Ignore my Hank's fix. To be fair, I'm not actually as bad as I act. Sure. Voyager says leave it as an outline. Clones are hesitant to talk to Dimnisel because they mess it up and are having a spat over it. Fuck the robots. Based on Holmes, Doyle is the author and Watson is the diegetic narrator. Why? Questions yield two answers. Doyle is for story reasons, and Watsonian explains it in lore. Interesting. How does the outline look so far? I think it looks pretty solid. I think all we need is to build up to the climax at this point. Forgetting that we as human people can be the ones entirely responsible for this existence. I really hope the clones aren't watching this. Sure. Time. The MC mentions killing every single crew member, but says nonsensical things such as, luckily, they're still okay, and continues writing about them as if they are together and living. Final chapter is written by the person reading by a different person who picked up the diary and gives explanation as to what happened.
Ori, please no AI. Save it as outline any of my creative effort time when get chat rights or it is voted on for chat chooses.
Save it as an outline. We can write it next time we get into chat rights or chat voted for chat chooses. Deal. Worldless thingy. Found this book in a satchel attached to a monster, leaving the dots to be connected as to what was actually happening the entire time. There we go. I think that's kind of our outline here. Ayo? 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 How's that sound, chat? I feel pretty content with this. I also really need to pee, which would give us a good wrap up. Chat writes a novella. It seems to be like that. A-O-3. Hopefully somebody got that joke. All right, chat. I'm going to be right back. I need to go pee really bad. I'm going to go pee. And then when we get back, we're going to turn on the funny music and we're going to spin the wheel one final time for today.
tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Babe, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Hi, chat.
It's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow.
Are you guys feeling ready? Or did I said, if I said otherwise, I take it back. Don't approach me for anything. I'm not good for it. I don't believe you. Haha. Lamau. Are you guys ready for the last bit? Are you guys ready for the last part? Are you guys ready for the final hour of the day? Spin! Ooh. What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I am probably not gonna be ready. Project Zomboid? I guess. I mean, I guess. We did. I put things back on. Whoops. I put things back on because it's been so long since we spun the wheel.
That should have been removed.
Okay, so we're removing things permanently when we roll them, from what I understand. Okay. Well, there's other things that need to be removed then as well. There's a lot of other things, actually. Chat writes a story is gone. I'll keep the reroll stuff because I feel like the reroll stuff makes sense. It can just kind of stick. We have Q&A got rolled. Season 3 got... Does it count as being rolled if it got done in a do both at the same time? Did we run out on the refresher? I thought. Okay, gotcha. Double doesn't count. We have not rolled Skong yet. I'm gonna say no for right now because I think the idea behind it is that you get to experience everything on the list, and if we end up, we also did Gartic Phone. If we end up rolling something and it's split between that and another thing, I feel like it's kind of less fair, in my opinion, personally. Answer a question. Reroll. Teams reroll. Repo, Streets of Rogue, that's Rune, Mimesis, AFK Kukuro, we did that. Whip, Kukuro is gone. Adventures Guide. Goose Goose Duck, we did Goose Goose Duck. Chat plays Utopia, I'm not fucking ready for that, that's for sure. Round Season 3, Dating Sim, Paya's Ship Yap, Minecraft Mod Pack. We did Minecraft Mod Pack as well. And that's about it. Chat, are you ready? Probably question if it lands on that. I think we'll probably use Q&A. Probably use the Q&A chat and whoever's voted highest. Spin the wheel! We reset it once it's empty, I think is what people are saying. If that is the case though, if we do spin until another poll, okay, bet. I guess we do another poll, chat. So you guys are gonna decide. I'm gonna do this as fast as possible. There's only gonna be one vote and one veto available for this one because we need to hurry. But we also need to talk about what we're gonna do with this wheel. We'll do that while we're doing this. Okay, development, yapping, multiplayer, Utopia.
What would continue the story be?
Continue the story? Probably, technically, yapping or development, I would assume. Okay. Before I get into that, chat, there's another XP poll. It's only going to be up for 5 minutes, so you can only vote once, but you can also only veto once as usual. Also, you do get an additional vote on YouTube, so make sure to check that out if you want to do that. For Wheel, what I'm going to say is that if we land on a reroll ability, I'm also going to remove that, because at some point there's going to be more rerolls than not, and I think that kind of removes a lot of the point behind it. So, I'm going to start removing the other stuff that's been here, including... where's the tie one? There's one that said tie, I believe. Complete redeems reroll. Oh, did I remove it already? Oh, okay, cool. Deflation, yep, okay, cool. And another poll will get removed. Boop, there we go. Chat, good luck on the, oh my god, I just looked over. Holy hell, they're all full. Jesus Christ. I think that development would have a chance of being that short story. That story. I think that story would be considered development, but development would also be a poll of now 4 options, if that's the case. Chat really said screw the games. Yeah, multiplayer and solo are both losing. That's crazy. God damn, chat. The important thing is that you guys are having fun. I have no idea what anything is at right now. I have no idea what this poll is doing right now. I'm sure it's doing great, though. You said that it could also be yellow, so I voted yellow. All right, story can be yellow. I think yellow would be a poll again. I think yellow would be a poll, but we'll put the yap in the poll. The story in the poll for the yapping. Cool. Yeah, I mean, everything ends up as a poll at some point. There's almost always going to be a secondary poll. Rescale the polls at some point? What do you mean by rescale them? Oh, you mean so that they don't fill up all the way? That's fair. I probably could. Actually, I could probably do that right now. Why the fuck are we actually writing this? I don't know. I have no idea. Congrats on your 13 tie power. Or 2 tie power and 13 XP. I have so many other things I need to write. Yes! But chat decided it's Chaos Day. Believe me, I know. Can we not write the story on stream? Up to public opinion. This is the crux of Chaos Day, unfortunately. Sometimes shit happens. I hail from the Council Chambers to ask about if the character tag for the Omnisoul on AO3 should be Omnisoul Mirror Myth or the Omnisoul Mirror Myth. Omnisoul Mirror Myth is fine. No the. You don't have to let that be an option. It wouldn't be written otherwise. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it just depends. Yeah, the reason why they're scaled the way that they are is for people who don't have a ton of XP, because a lot of times if it's too small, then you'll do vote and there'll just be no feedback because there's just literally not enough votes to move it. Let someone else do it. Ori has other things going on, and so do I, says Nino Real. Let the community write it. 2 people have already said they want to. That is also fair. I'm acting ginger. We'll see what happens. We'll see what wins. We'll see what the vote says. Ginger is red/orange. Real. Real! Chat is very divisive today, I would say. Chat is very divisive. Congratulations on your veto. Surreal. Yeah, and they're free too, and the previous story was written as well, and Forge still decided to write a version. Yeah. Were those stories completed, Forager? Did you finish them? All right, yellow has won, chat. Okay. I don't think that we're going to be able to do this in 1 hour. I don't think that we're going to finish this story in 1 hour. But what are our yap topics, chat? Tavern that we're gonna put it in the ChatGPT to polish it. That's right, something along those lines. Yeah. I think a chill yap is a wonderful option to include. All right, chat. Okay. All right, chat. I'm putting up a poll. This is a Twitch poll, unfortunately, so you do have to chat in Twitch in order to vote on it. But I put the 6 options on screen for what you guys would like to do. Go ahead and vote for whatever you would like. We have number 1, you just typed the number in chat, by the way. Number 1 is lore. Number 2 is oracles or season 3. Number 3 is chat rights. Number 4 is a chill yap. Number 5 is game development. And number 6 is pious cast and ships. Vote on what you would like, chat. We have a tie right off the bat. Vote. Start typing in numbers. Put numbers in the chat. Ooh, pious cast and ships is actually taking some cake here. That's wild. Oh, wild. Okay. Pious is sweeping right now. Oh, we're tied. We're tied up. Chat, start putting numbers in. Put in the numbies. Start typing in numbies. Okay. Fanfic physicist. I fucking love that. Fanfic physicist is like my favorite thing ever. Shaking my head. Shaking my SMH my head. That's crazy, chat. Ooh.
If 6 wins, it should be taken off the wall because it was already an option there.
I don't think so. I think another poll is kind of a wild card. Like, it could be one of the ways that you can duplicate an effect, I think. I think that would be fair, personally. That was such a dumb topic. What? Yeah, no, everybody hates that. There's definitely not a group of people that cares about that type of topic, ever. It seems like I already voted on something somehow. Good thing your opinion doesn't matter. I love that. Oh, you stole my vote with the dice. I see. Well, your mystery box is empty, so I do always love to agree with you, but I agree with you on this. Ooh, damn, crazy. All right, chat. I think this is relatively divisive. I think this is gonna be difficult to beat. I will give you guys about 1 more minute, roughly 1 more minute. I'm very hungry. I think that what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick, and while I'm grabbing that snack, you guys can try to sway this vote in one way or another if you manage to. I'll be right back. Hopefully we could vote on YouTube. I wish, dude. I need to find a way to do it. I need to find a way to allow for votes on YouTube. But chances are it would come with me developing it myself, which, oh, goodness. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go make a snack. I'm gonna come back. Let me know if you guys change anything. Good job. Good luck. Hi, chat. How you doing? Good job rolling over the integer limit. I think it's about time for... I'm very happy this one, actually. It looks like it is time for a chill yap chat. We get to sit down and just relax for a little bit. Give me just a second. I'm going to send some information over to some important people. There we go. Wonderful. The irony of ending chaos stream with a chill yap is kind of funny, honestly. I think it's kind of funny. I'm a fan of that. You might have a headache. Oh no. How are you doing, chat? Just stare into the webcam and say nothing every 5 minutes. You know, I get this request semi-often. Also, welcome in, Cray. How are you doing? Welcome in. What's up? I get this request semi-often. There used to be a handful of people who would come up and ask me to just stare into the camera for like 5 seconds, and I still don't know why. I still have never figured out why. What are you stressed about, Bolt? Will you send me the outline for the chat right story? Probably. I have to talk around a little bit, but probably. What are you posting in the favorite server? I want this. Yes, all of it. Was Volt's reason for being stressed. Fair enough. Two finals tomorrow. Fuck that. That's so unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Unless it's a good thing. Unless you're excited for finals. In which
My
case,
pessimism
wonderful.
says to plug your face into AI to steal your identity.
Okay, cool. Good plan. What is it based on? What? Who's pessimistically plugging my face into AI to steal my identity? What's happening? I'm gonna go fill up my water real quick. Chat, go hydrate. Be a cat instead. It's easier. Fucking real. I don't want to be a cat. Landed on my feet. Up to you and be like, I want to do Merrimouth stuff if we wanted to like help with stuff. Yeah, exactly. You can literally just DM me and be like, hey, I want to be a part of something. I want to be a part of a team. I want to help in some way. I want to do something, right? And realistically, it's helpful to give like some level of qualifications. What you like doing, what you're good at, what you're passionate about, anything like that. Be like, I love writing. I'm into game development. You know, I want to do engineering, stuff like that.
PSA chat. If someone calls you from an unknown number and asks stuff like, can you hear me? Do not say yes. They will take you saying yes and sign you up to things for themselves. Say I can hear you, etc.
This doesn't mean that necessarily I'm gonna be able to respond in an instant or give you something in an instant, you know. A lot of times what's happening is that there's just a collection of people who are capable of doing things, who are willing to help with Merrimouth stuff and be a part of the team or volunteer their services and so on and stuff like that. It's not always gonna be the quickest turnaround thing in the world. I'm gonna be super real with you. But at the end of the day, I think that having people who I know are interested in being a part of things is really, really helpful. Is that an important DM? I bet it is super important. Perfect. Thank you, Rix. That was very important. Glad we got that out of the way. Oh, I always say no to questions where answering gives a yes implicitly. Like, is name here? Yeah. Having people we know can help is awesome when we start working on a project. Exactly. 30 minutes in the mystery box. Let's go. Chat, that is something that we're gonna have to unfortunately talk about at some point. Hold on, I'm chewing. I want you guys to hear me. Being involved in a project seems like dumbass behavior. Wonderful. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. No, I do not hate you. Will DM Ori and only tell them all the things I am bad at. Wonderful. No, I'm not yelling at anybody, chat. I was gonna say that Subathon Timer is currently kind of, we're not in the Damon lock. We're not in the Damon trap, but we are kind of in a Subathon trap a little bit, only because of the number of ways for me to, for you guys to add time to the timer through things like mystery boxes, through challenges, through raids. And I think something kind of has to happen because, originally, the idea behind Subathon was that if I was able to raise the cost of the timer to an amount that would be technically a livable income, and live off of that for about, or not live off of that, I was still working at the time. Go like that for 2 months and keep the timer up and with enough time to keep streaming, then I would quit my job, which I did at the time. However, we have dipped very far below that because of all the discounts on Patreon, because all the ways that are non-financial to add time to the Subathon timer. And honestly, I like those. I like those a lot. I like the way that those things are handled and everything like that. I'm actually personally a really big fan of it. So there's two solutions that I've talked about very briefly before that I want to ask your guys' opinion on. One of them is obviously just raising the price of the timer, right? Like that's always the free answer that we could do. The other option that I've talked about is spending timer time, being able to offer you guys something and saying, are you willing to spend the Subathon timer on that, if that makes sense. Now this would have to be kind of maneuvered around a little bit because you are initially spending somebody else's money more often than not. However, you can also have a bank of your own money that is added to it, right? And also you can be spending money that came from, I don't know, the mystery box or a raid. You know what I mean? So like, for instance, maybe if you get 30 minutes from the mystery box, then you have a half hour to spend. And you can say, yeah, I'll throw in my half hour. Damons would be able to spend their 5 hours that they added, or 10 hours in some cases, whatever, in this specific scenario, right? The hours that you accumulate are the hours that you are allowed to spend, and you can be like, I want to spend my Subathon hours, if that makes sense. Buy chat time to research what the hell a tax form looks like. That's fucking real. Goals that you can put time into, things like that. Yeah. That was the two ideas that I came up with. Because Subathon has definitely become probably a substantially less sustainable as a full-time job, I would say, which isn't really the biggest of deals, but I think it does need a solution if you guys want me to be unemployed again, hypothetically, or allow me to put more time into it, right? I've regularly put in more things that make it less possible, and that's my fault, but I just find it really fun, so. You need to keep track of the hours we've earned then? Oh yeah, I have a way of doing that. I have absolutely a way of doing that. If I get second 30 minutes, then you make you do an hour of art. Oh my goodness. I would say spending hours, but how would hours equally be depleted amongst Damons? I vibe with that, to be honest. I wouldn't be mad about a price increase either. No, that's fair. Ooh, we desire unemployed, which isn't really the biggest of deals. Bitch, what? Yes, it is. Nah. So Ori is poor of his own volition. I just like the idea of spending Subathon timer because of the large issue of spending time other people paid for, and tracking that seems impossible. But I think raising prices is fair. I worry about Subathon ending, but I'd rather it be sustainable for as long as it does run, rather than run longer unsustainably. Well, I think that's kind of part of the thing, right? And this is the balancing act, right? Because, like, for instance, I don't love the idea of lowering what Patreon is capable of, right? Like reducing what Damons get. Because, like, it's really exciting to get as far as you guys have in the quote-unquote Damon trap, but what can I do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to take that from you guys. You guys earned that. You guys did good, and I don't want to take that from you. Which is where spending kind of comes into play, right? The only way that I could track, or that I could imagine tracking how many hours you were quote-unquote capable of spending is through a Twitch command, right? Like as if there was a command or a currency that was that Mix It Up kept track of, which is actually relatively not super difficult to do, I would argue. The only problem is that whenever somebody gives subs, gives biddies, whatever, anything like that, a moderator somewhere would have to keep track of that. And they would have to add that time. It'd be like, hey, add that time to the amount of time they're allowed to spend. You know what I mean? But basically everyone would have a time bank that they could take from. You know what I mean? There could be limitations to this to prevent you from being able to spend, no more than like 5 hours can be spent in an entire stream, you know what I mean? To prevent people from just eating the entire timer in one stream. Gifted subs go to spender? Yes, I would assume so, yes. Once we have a correct number of daemons, it goes forever. Changing the subathon value hurts the people who are giving it Ori money. Changing the subathon value hurts the people who are giving Ori money. Spending time is entirely willing. Yeah. So Kanto gives me a gift sub. They'd have the sub time, not me. Correct. Yes. The gifter would. Or when you donate or sub biddies, just say, put this towards the goal, and it doesn't go on the timer. Okay, yes. So I think you should donate or sub biddies and say, put this towards the goal, and it doesn't go on the timer. Interesting. I would lower what free time is given, like the box. Sorry, y'all. Well, the box is actually probably one of the least offenders. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've thought about this for a while. One of the biggest offenders is raids. Like raids giving up to like an hour or 2 hours, right? So if we convert, hours to dollar signs, right? An hour of time is worth anywhere $10 to $15 to me as a creator, and it costs up to $30 for you guys, right? Depending. It costs between $10 and $30 depending on how efficiently people decide to spend it. With that in mind, we can take into consideration that a raid is costing for every 12 viewers in a raid, you're looking at costing about $10 to $15. If I get raided almost once a stream, I think we can see how this piles up really quickly, but I don't want to decentivize raiding. Honestly, I might have to just pull the time off of raids because they're very expensive. They get very expensive very fast. I do feel like people can't afford to spend money. Having a way to contribute it is nice though. I agree. I agree. I do very much believe in the ability to add time to the timer without spending money. Like, I know that's kind of against the crux of what a subathon is designed to be, but engagement through something other than money is a very, very important stature that I hold to as Mirrormyth. Like, Mirrormyth believes in accessibility, and I believe in accessibility for people who cannot afford to do the thing, right? Now, it doesn't have to be these big swingy things, but the mystery box is a perfect example of that. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to put a meaningful amount of time on the timer, but it is absolutely possible to participate without ever spending money. Could you donate your house for someone else's volition? I would assume so. Put my 5 daemon hours to skipping a Pyre stream. Thanks. Can't afford to spend money having a way to contribute, but yeah, we can reduce rates, to be honest. I prefer this because then how much time is on the timer is like accurate. It's still like accurate. No, and that's fair. Do you think out of community raids would be worth more than, say, mine in terms of spreading influence would work? I think that it would be really unfortunate to essentially blacklist our friends. You know what I mean? So it's like, so basically the first time somebody raids is when it adds time to the timer. I would be okay with that, honestly. Where it's like the first time you raid is when you're gonna add time to the timer. So getting raided by Sherbs, Jillybean, Rain, as obviously appreciated, wouldn't be adding time to the timer, because they do it consistently enough for it to be really, really expensive in time-wise. But it does track, even if it sounds mean. Yes, obviously, I very much appreciate you guys raiding into me, for you guys, handing the community over, keeping everybody inside a close circle. I really do appreciate the way that the community, feeds into its own loop very well, and every once in a while, I'll grab somebody else and throw them in the loop, and then we all get, raid in this cycle. I really appreciate that. I personally love that, and I don't want that to go away. I've been, considering not raiding to avoid adding time to the timer. I do think that's fair. Raids only count for time if it's the first time they've raided. I will break this rule sometimes, because sometimes it'll be the second time they raided, and I'm probably still going to add time. If they're not super new, if they're pretty new to the community, I might still throw some time on the timer and say I forgot. That's fine. I don't mind it. It's really not bad all here and there. But like I said, getting raided almost every day by our close friends can be really, really painful, and it can add a lot of time to the timer that had no dollar signs behind it. So you don't have an amount of add to the timer becomes a treasury. It becomes something that is the time outside everyone's bank. So the reason why that is kind of difficult to me is that no, actually, no, I understand what you guys mean. I understand what you mean. So you can basically say, hey, I want to spend biddies or I want to spend subs on this effect, but it does not add to the timer. So basically you're saying instead of giving this to the timer, I want to give it to blank. This is not what I would refer to as a chill yap sesh. Really? I feel pretty chill. Okay. What was the word for social ranking in Utopia? Renown was the name of it. We raid into Rain and Rain raids into us. Yeah, this is a high risk, high stakes yap sesh. I disagree personally. I'm very unworried. I am anything but worried personally. I apologize if you're stressed or worried. I do not want to stress or worry you. I don't want you guys to think that I'm in any impending doom or danger or anything like that. I'm completely content with where I'm at. I could keep living my life like this if I had to. But in essence of the more time that I can focus on subathon and the various creative efforts, the more time that, well, I can focus on creative efforts. The thing I need to calculate for my fish is if a streamer has less than 5 renown, it counts towards the timer. Less than 5 renown, it counts towards the timer. That's so funny. Wait. Way too late to not stress me out. Unstress. Wait, hold on. Here we go. This is my answer. This is my answer to the de-stressing. We're getting into lo-fi territory, chat. What are you gonna do about it? I'll even the soft speak. This is a free soft speak for you guys. I can't believe this. Quick, someone donate $500 million to Ori. Oh, but of course, Pat Volt, indeed. We chillin'. Well, if that's the case, I think that was already a solution. That was an amazing solution right there. The stress has left my body. Thank you so much for the soft speaks, guy. I appreciate it. I think that I just paid for it. Time to steal an identity. Have you tried not being sad? I haven't thought of that. What? Oh, I'm just fucking with you guys. No, I think that was essentially the solution that I needed, right? Like that was exactly what I was asking, and that solves, if not the problem, a lot of the problem right by itself. Raids only add time, so this is the new ruling. Raids only add time if they are new to the community. And hey, congrats on the 1k XP. And we will need to come up with some kind of incentives that give biddies, that do subs, whatever, and do not add to the timer. They purposely do not add to the timer. So essentially, Rain gives daily biddies. Instead of adding to the timer, he says to bank them for whatever goal. Everyone has a bank, and although it removes from the timer, it means the timer is never reduced by people pulling out. Instead, the voluntary action is the opposite, where they pull from their bank and add it to the timer. This is what I mean is the timer not being a treasury, but rather than its own amount we feed in. That makes a lot of sense, yes. I think that's a really good way to state it. You guys have a bank of... Now, I don't want to set this up necessarily until we know kind of what it does, if that makes sense, right? Like, what are the things that we could get out of this? Like, if you guys are spending biddies and you're kind of building up to certain ranks, like what would you use this for? One of the examples, I mean, this is a very niche example, but it is an example, is Femboy streams, right? Because I know that a lot of people, a subset of people like Femboy streams, and I know that they're interested in trying to make them happen more often. Obviously, you can do that with channel points, but if people were able to do it with biddies, I'm sure they would. My brain feels dumb. I guess after the commission, I can't think of anything to draw. You're so real for that. I feel the hell out of that. So the timer never lies, as Maddie said. At base, things go timer unless stated otherwise. I would say so, yes. Especially because it does do it automatically, right? But good. Possible moments you like. Which best option? 50 hours. Cooking stream. Oh, so a cooking stream would not be a timer milestone. It would be we want to pool our hours together to get a cooking stream. That's wild. Oh, that's really interesting, actually. Me and Diamond on the same page. That's wild. Okay, here's another question. How do I show you guys how those things are valued? Right? So like how do I, first of all, what's the name of the currency? Like, is there a currency called hours? Could you spend, okay, here's a question. Let's say for a moment that the currency is called hours, right? Now, it's not these hours, it's your hours. So you do, I think it's 1,500 biddies for, it's 1,500 biddies for, what's it called? for 1 hour, right? So you get 1,500 biddies and you're like, I want to bank those. So you have 1 banked hour, like the currency is called hours. Could you spend that banked hour to just add time to the timer? I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a banked hour. So like worst case scenario, you could just kind of hold on to it and be like, I'm going to add to the timer because otherwise subathon's going to end. We don't want subathon to end. Is that a way that you can use that? Or once it's banked, is it just gone? Like you're not allowed to use it on anything else. You choose what goal to go to? Really? I think that you should be able to add hours because I think that I don't think it gets all that complicated personally. I think it's a command, right? Like it's a command that just keeps track of things. Like you can spend 1 hour to add 1 hour to the timer. Maybe at a reduced rate. I don't think you need to have a reduced rate. I feel like this is just capitalism with extra steps. I would abuse the fuck out of that. What do you mean? Like, give me an example. Give me an example. Doing an unnecessary amount of research on taxes. We being the council. What? Why on taxes? How does it make tracking so much harder? Like, what do you mean? Explain to me what the failure point here is to me. Only the Inquisitors disagree, and I'm scared. If you do it my way, people don't have to have individualized banks. No, they have to regardless, right? Because, okay, the reason that they have individual banks is not because of easier tracking. It's because not everybody agrees on what they want. The individualized banking is specifically so that you guys, because not everybody wants a cooking stream and not everybody wants a femboy stream. It's really decentralized in my opinion if you're not into the things that, you know, I know that you're into and I know a good handful of people are into, but if it's not their thing, they're going to be completely decentralized to ever bank their hours, right? The idea to me is that you get a bank to spend on your time on the things that you want. It's the individuality of the incentive, right? It doesn't make sense to me to only allow things like femboy streams and cooking streams. And also on top of that, you all have to agree on what the goal is. And it's just not going to happen. You guys aren't going to agree on it. There's too many opinions. You know what I mean? It's not fair for it to just be a chat chooses, but with money. We want Ori to play game. I pay many monies to force Ori to suffer through driving Pacific Rim. Volt, that's fine. That's completely fine. That's my job. That's my job, is to do what you guys want. You know what I mean? Telling me that I have to play a game, you know, up to once a week. Like maybe there's a weekly slot where it's just like, you can just overwrite and force me to play a game on this 1 week. That's fine. I'm completely fine with that. Should hours be called Chronos? I think hours is going to be a good name so that people know exactly what it is. Like it's very obvious by the name. Warriors. Okay, that's kind of funny. I just need to know it. Gotcha. So if one stream is 5 hours, they can spend 5 hours to choose a topic, kind of similar to the OG Damon plan. But this way, the hours don't also go into subathon. Correct. But on top of that, I think that there's specific slots that are designed to be stolen from. You know what I mean? So it's like if somebody spends their 5 hours, they spend their 5 hours to say, hey, you're playing this. Then it takes up, let's say, a Saturday, right? And that Saturday goes away. Nobody else can take that Saturday. They have to take the next Saturday, if that makes sense. 20 hours to change the game is a lot, dude. That's a lot of fucking hours to change the game. That's crazy. Disagree, Forager. Hey, Ori, pardon the derail, but are the taxes a thing in Mirror Myth? Are taxes a thing in Mirror Myth? I assume so, but like, do people in Imperium get tax return, for example? They probably don't get a tax return, no. But they definitely get taxed. That's for sure. But if there's bidding, that would be wild. I think there has to be a stipulation. Mods cannot be involved. Any money /bits/donations from mods must go to the timer. Why is that? Why mods? Why mods specifically? Like what special agency do mods have? Something costs 2 hours. It should not last longer than 2 hours to stream. And that's fair. I think that 5 hours for stealing a stream day is probably pretty fair, frankly. I also think it would probably be fair to say that because Patreon is so well discounted that I think Patreon hours would have to be something that cannot convert into these banked hours, which is kind of the nature of why Patreon is a streamlined way to add hours to the timer. I think either I'm misunderstanding a critical piece of this, or it feels like an overly abusable system. Okay, so basically the way that it works, I think I'm gonna say barring Patreon, because Patreon is discounted for the sake of being streamlined, right? So you can spend $10 per hour by paying $50 a month, right? It is the super streamlined way of doing it, but you can't bank those hours. Patreon daemons already have their own day, so not banking them makes sense, yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, they have a shared day, which is a little less as probably what you want, but it is also designed to be a support role. So, with that in mind, when you give, let's say, you give 5 subs. 5 subs is worth 1 hour. When you gift those 5 subs, you're allowed to say, hey, I don't want to add that to the timer. Instead, I want to add that to my personal bank of hours. What this does is it now stops this from going up. This will stay exactly where it was before, and you will now have an hour to spend at your leisure. And essentially, there are things that you can do, like request a Femboy stream. You can request a cooking stream. You can request that I play a certain game in a specified slot that is designed for this. By spending those hours. It is basically saying that you are spending money to tell me to do something in a shopping list that we set up beforehand, essentially. I mean, that's pretty much what it converts to. It's just that hours are the currency that we have been using for so long, it's kind of just become mainstay. But it's the only way for Stream to make money that isn't adding time to the timer, because currently, as time gets more and more discounted, okay, when I discount time, when I give you guys hour for some reason other than money, I am essentially actively lowering my salary. My salary, in this case, has an upper ceiling, but it does not have a lower ceiling. So it can keep going down and down and down until there's some way to spend money and not add time to the timer. I've got what I wanted precisely 0 times for Damon. I would really love to find a system to make that work. I don't know exactly what the easiest solution that's going to be. I don't know. You're essentially deflating hours, pretty much. So much funner without the thanks for the cat ears. Was it? Thanks for the cat ears. Depending on how modern it is. Automated stuff was taxing on business and owned buildings. Catching an executive would come down pin. Okay, so I'm understanding this correctly. I can, in theory, sell my car and or save up an absolute fuck ton of money, and while I'm happy it goes to Ori for a good cause, I could essentially have the power to change an entire month of streams. Correction. There are specific stream slots that can be modified, right? So like, let's say you go, well, first of all, yes, you can do that, Volt. But second of all, you can only change, let's say, Saturdays, right? Like you can't take over every stream. You can only take over Saturdays because those are the days dedicated to people who banked their hours. Maybe Saturdays and Sundays, right? So if you manage to get 30 streams in a row, it's going to take 15 weeks to get through all of those. But yeah, you did. You got 15 streams in a row dedicated to you. Cool. It's what I do for a job. Then who gets dibs? First come, first serve. Once a slot is taken, they get to say, I want the soonest slot. Or they can say, hey, I'm not going to be available this Saturday. I want the next Saturday. You know what I mean? Or whatever they want. But it's first come, first serve up to that point. Or if I win the lottery, you're going to have 2 cooking streams a month until the death of the universe. You know, that's actually pretty fair. That's actually pretty fair. Thank you for your input on taxes. Okay, thanks for the stream. I need to go to bed or I'm going to have hell to pay in the morning. You are so real for that. Thank you so much, Lone Drifter. I appreciate you for being here. You are absolutely amazing. Do we want to set up our banking? I can set up our banking right now if we wanted to. Eek, I don't like this, but I think I've made my opinion clear, so I'll leave it be. Well, you are free to exploit it as you wish, Volt. Strunch. Like I said, I do think that there needs to be some kind of like graphic or something like that where you can basically say, oh, how this is how I want to spend my hours and things like that. I will purely use this for cooking streams. Let's talk about currencies. Let's make a graphic, chat. I think this is chill enough for a chill yap stream. Thank you so much for the stretch. Oh, my shoulders are so stiff. Holy fuck. That was so needed. Thank you. Thank you, Cantor. I appreciate you. Let's make us a graphic, chat. Thank you so much for the hydrates. I appreciate it. 2 hour stream. Oh, Gren. Gren. Takeover should be hella hour cost. I agree. I think it should cost more than the 5 hours that they give, because a lot of times streams will give more than that, and ultimately it is derailing. It is obtrusive in some way, which is okay, but that's just part of the price, right? Let's give this like a little texture. I just like having little textures when it comes to effects like this. I like that texture personally, and we'll just give it a little bit of a bevel, make it look pretty. 20 hours is stream takeover. I don't think it should be 20 hours. I think 20 hours is a lot for sure. I think presumably we're probably going to have this in like a something like this. Oops. And we'll just kind of section these around. I don't know how many of these we're going to need necessarily, but I'm just going to make a handful of them so they're all spaced evenly, and then we can I think that a total of 8 would be fine. I don't think that we're going to have more than 8 versions of redeems and stuff like that, but worst case scenario, we'll do what Rain does, and we will make a second sheet afterwards if that happens. I think those are all spaced correctly. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that they are. Buttons can pull their banks. Yes, people can pull their banks. Whoa. Oops. Yes, they can. Put a little drop shadow on those. Yeah. And maybe a little bit of a gradient so that they're not as...
I think allowing bidding for Saturdays will help increase the value of your time and also avoid situations where one person blocks out a long time uncontested.
I think that bidding is fair. I don't know exactly. Okay, my hard part about bidding is basically, how does bidding function? Like, when does the bidding take place? Is it just like a constant thing? So on and so on, if that makes sense. I think that maybe like at the end of Saturday, the bidding resets, or at the beginning of Saturday, I guess technically, the bidding resets. We check who bid the most throughout the entire week. That is a little bit more convoluted to send up, but I could see something like that. Can I be like, I want to put 2 hours towards this rather than only redeeming what you have all the hours? I think that there would be special scenarios where that's the case, but I don't think that there's a good way to do that. Like if you and several other people are like, hey, we want to each give 2 hours to this. I'd be like, yeah. If 5 people want to give 2 hours to a 10-hour reward, yeah, absolutely. But you can't spend it and just have like half of a femboy stream. You know what I mean? I don't think that's going to make sense. And that will get really difficult to track very quickly. Are all bid hours lost or just added to the counter? No. So bid hours, you don't actually spend the bid hours unless you win the auction, right? Unless you win the bid. Only the winner spends their hours. Promise it's hard to get everyone there all at the same time. No, and that is fair. That is completely fair. I don't know how I would inform people that how far along it is already. How I would track how many hours each specific instance already has. Whenever this graph needs to be updated, so does everything else inside it. What happens if one of the rewards needs to be removed, but it's been banked from like a month ago? You know what I mean? There are so many things that make it so much more complicated, in my opinion, when it comes to rewards like that. I know it sucks to have to all be there at the same time, but I think that's kind of the cost, that you kind of have to all be there at the same time. I guess that's a really big example, right? Like, let's say somebody puts $10 into... That's why I like the not banking option. I think that people should have their own banks, because it's not like for instance, like if Volt wants me to play Pacific Drive on Saturday, what if nobody, Voltaic can pay for that on his own, but he can't do that if the rewards are pooled. You know what I mean? If all rewards are given to one bank, what are the reward categories? What do you spend it on? What if you have a choice to either spend it on Saturday Pacific Drive or Saturday cooking stream? Which one do we do? I think those prices are a little bit high in my opinion, but I think I agree with the ultimate way that it is going personally. I think I like the direction that's going. Do not ever use Myriad on me. I will commit so many atrocities. I think maybe 10 hours for a stream takeover. Actually, hold on. We might have to change this one. I'm gonna do this one last because this one might move around a little bit. 6 hours for a femboy stream. I think I'm gonna say 5 hours for a femboy stream. I think I'm actually gonna go as low as 4 hours because I think it's technically a little bit obtrusive, but it's just a little bit of setup work for something that you guys can kind of do as much as you wish. Ultimately, yeah, no, I think that's fair. Well, it says, I want to make a goal to play Pacific Drive, and then that starts a fund we can put money towards. That's so much harder to track. That is so much harder to track. And, okay, let me say it like this. It creates a lot more conviction, right? Like once somebody says, I set a goal and puts money towards it, even if they forget it, I can never remove that goal because someone's already put money into it. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm like, oh, I'm sorry guys, I can't do cooking streams anymore, I moved and I don't have a kitchen anymore, or I can't play Pacific Drive, or this game is just off the bars for me, or it's not reasonable for me to do the goal that you were promised for a number of hours, if that makes sense. I can't say no anymore. Once somebody put money down, it's set in stone, right? Because somebody paid for it. I think I heavily disagree, Rain. I think I very much personally believe in people's personal hours. I think I'm gonna say 4D hours. Not personalized. 2x hours to add 1 hour to the timer. I think that seems a little bit mean, I think. I think that it could have like a 20%, 25% fall off, hypothetically. Like 1 hour. Like 1 hour is 45 minutes. Or maybe like 50 minutes so that you can tell that there's, you know, a 1/6 taxation on that essentially. No, I don't think it should be 1-to-1. It has to be one system or the other. Otherwise you double tracking. Yeah. They should be allowed to pool their hours if they want, but it shouldn't be mandatory. I think that it's going to be even more difficult to do it that way, yeah. What's an IRL stream again? Like a cooking stream. I think I'm pretty content with this personally, chat. I think I'm pretty content with this type of system personally. That bevel is god awful, Jesus Christ. There we go. That feels better. And we'll group these together. That way we can put a little bit of something on these as well. Oh, I think the system should be in general, yes, but I've been outvoted. Ooh. Just let people bid. They can say, I add my money to John's Utopia bid total X. Well, I was going to say, that's the reason why I didn't add the option for, what's it called? That's the reason I didn't add the option for a stream takeover where you can decide what we do for a stream, because I was wondering if that should be a bid-based thing, if that should be something that's bid over time. This is all things that are going to be really difficult to explain to someone who's new. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's not really, really well invested into streams, this system is probably not going to make any sense. Or it's going to be a lot to take in. You know what I mean? But I do think that I think that it's at least intuitive enough to figure out. I wouldn't do bidding unless it became a problem. No, the thing about bidding is that it raises the ceiling for how much value time can have, right? So like, for instance, if we set it to 5 hours to pay for a stream takeover where you choose what we stream on Saturday, then versus bidding, then somebody could say 5 hours, then somebody says 6 hours, then somebody says 7 hours, then somebody says 10 hours, so on and so on. It increases the potential value for a Saturday stream if people are willing to do that. Thank you so much, Cult Leadership. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the lurk. You're amazing. It also could be lower though. Then put a minimum. Put a minimum 5 hours to choose a Saturday stream. I mean, stream takeovers must do the minimum time. Yeah, I don't think that there should ever be a point where you add, where it costs less than the amount of time it takes to do that. Just complicated? I don't think it is. I mean, you pay... I guess it's a little bit on the complicated side. I can agree with that. We can leave it to not bidding for right now. Also, being able to have a system in place for bidding is going to be a little bit difficult, because when it comes to bidding, there's a handful of things that I have to do as when it comes to commands, right? Have the brand as being complicated. I mean, fair. Bidding is simple, but hard to adjudicate. Yes. So like, for instance, like when you bid a certain number of hours, they have to leave your ability to spend. You know what I mean? I can't let you spend those hours, but at the end of the day, either you need to have those hours and just not be able to spend them, or they need to be taken from you and refunded if you lose the bid, if that makes sense. Can you slap 3 hours in for a challenge modifier into a normal stream? XOXO. That one's a little bit, I think either works, to be honest. I would just maybe introduce bidding after people understand the base system. I think that's fine. Maybe what could happen as well is that we could keep the Saturday takeover. So 5 hours for a Saturday takeover. And then maybe there's a separate one that is 5 hours minimum bid for Sunday, or, you know, whatever day we decide to take over, if that makes sense. So 1 day is bid and 1 day is just we do what we say we're going to do unless somebody else says otherwise, essentially. 24 hours, give the day Twink a day off. I could... Chat, does it make sense to offer the ability to spend hours to cancel a stream? 5 hours would be a Saturday takeover. So if you can spend 5 hours on basically saying I want to do a chaos day, you can do that. Yes, but preemptively. Are we doing that? That's wild. What makes you say it's a dumb idea, Volt, out of curiosity? Takeover sounds absurdly low. You think so? Then it's reasonable to spend hours to cancel it. Honestly, I'm down for a cancel stream. That's whack. I presume that IRL stream is going to be the most expensive thing, so I'm going to put it towards the end. So the day off, but like, that's what Oreos are for? Yes, but I guess cancel stream would be preemptive, right? Like it's saying don't stream on this later date. You know what I mean? How much did hours cost? Hours cost, it depends on how you get them. The cheapest format to get them is through tipping, and it's $15 an hour. So this is pretty spendy, chat. This is pretty spendy in my opinion. Like 8 hours is a fucking lot. That's $120 for a stream takeover. I don't know, chat. I'm pretty sure that $75 for a stream takeover is fine. I don't think it's that big of a deal personally. 30 hours equals rescheduled stream nearly any time, nearly any day, except to break weeks. But what would you reschedule it to, right? Because like there's only 1 day I don't stream outside of break weeks, and it's on Thursday, and I also have that day off on purpose. I don't think that you could really move it around unless it either went to a break stream or it just got canceled outright. You know, if you make the ability to cancel stream, that Rix is going to use it, right? That's fine. If that's how Rix wants to use it, he absolutely can. Like, reschedule it so you start stream 5 hours earlier. I don't think I can promise that to people. I think that's going to be a lot more devastating to me as a person, because if I push a stream 5 hours earlier, that means I'm pulling an all-nighter that day. So we could ball in French trust. Also, hi. What's up, Catastrophic Lamb? How's it going? Nori, it should be expensive. We're handing people the big button. I will compromise with 6 hours. 6 hours it is. Also, Pi should probably be immune. It is. Saturday takeover. Oh, Pi should be immune to cancel? Okay, I understand what you mean. My reason for noting that risk and probably use to cancel that. This is a very expensive redeem, chat. This is a very expensive redeem, I will say. IRL stream is $600. Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like 40 hours is kind of a lot. Like, I'm taking what people have told me to write and I'm lowering them pretty significantly. These are fucking expensive, chat. These are pretty fucking expensive. At the end of the day, like, I'm gonna be super real with you. I think we should just be straight and just put it like right at the bottom and be like, kind of like what it takes for subathon, like what an hour equates to. And just at the bottom here, we'll just put like a little guide or a key that explains. 1 hour equals, we need this to be separate, like right here. Up. There we go. Equals 5 subs equals 1,500 biddies equals $15 tip. Something like that to tell people what exactly this costs. 50-hour chat forces Ori to buy stuff. Oh, goodness. Is there a bold version of this? Can we bolden this? Oh, yeah, it's light currently. Yeah, let's bolden that bad boy up. And probably do like a 30 point, not a 36. So let's do a 30. Oh, a 36 is fine, actually. So that people can see it's like this is very consistently what let me move this down to a 24. And I think we make this a different color so that's very obvious, like what this is saying here. Like this is like a please, like pay attention. This is very important. That just blends in. Okay, correction. What if instead we make it this slightly green and then the lower text blends in less, hopefully. That's fine. Cool. This is kind of a commission sheet to an extent, yeah. 25 bits is 1 minute. That makes sense. Oh, goodness. Why are you doing that? Please be 24. And there we go. There we go. And can we, oh goodness, stop, undo. Can we please lower the, yeah, tighten those up a little bit. There we go. Okay. 10 hours Ori stares at the camera for 4 hours straight plus mental health break. 10 hours Ori acts like he's the chat's therapist. God damn it. We do have one more thing we need to add. Or we don't have to, but I think it would be good to have one more thing just because there's another slot open. Even numbers and yada yada. Probably something between 6 and 20 hours, so probably a 10-hour option if I had to take a wild snack at it. Actually, I wonder if I can... Do we outer glow this instead? Bloop. Ooh. Okay, cool. Rainbow Pole Veto? That's crazy. I feel like that one's probably a little bit too niche. I would think. Maybe not. I think we just do a drop shadow at this point. Black. New currency system? Yeah, subathon graphic. Chat chooses is sacred. I do think that chat chooses is kind of sacred. Chat chooses is the ineffable. It is an ineffable, money does not impede this, I think is what chat chooses is meant to be. Chat chooses rewards loyalty, not money. And I think that it's important that there are things that are just like that on stream. Like, it doesn't matter how much money you pay. VC is interesting. I think these things should be more events that the community can pull in rather than individual boons. For what exactly? I think these things should more be events that the community can pull in rather than individual boons. Keep the question marks, yeah. Oh, full? $10 hours equals questions. I think that would be a little bit pretentious to charge $150 for a single question. In my opinion. But also, I don't like things like lore also being behind a paywall. I don't think the question is the type of thing to put behind a paywall. I try to be very particular about what's allowed to be behind a paywall, and I don't think that's one of them. I think that essentially, when it comes to something like that, I think I'm going to keep it at question marks for right now. We can keep it at question marks and we can come back and revisit the idea later. I don't like the idea of people paying money for puzzle coins. Puzzle coins are also one of those things that are just, they're immune to money. You know what I mean? The idea behind it is that they are a reward for participation. They are very, very individualized for money, and though you can use them to redeem money, you cannot use money to redeem them. I personally find that to be a very important thing. Ori choice stream, the thing I don't like about an Ori choice stream, quote unquote, is because I kind of choose the streams otherwise. So it's like, unless you do a Saturday takeover, then it's kind of like, it doesn't really change much. This could also be the bidding one. The 10 hours could be Sunday bidding one. So we can leave that one for later. In fact, undo that. Let's just save it like that for right now, and then we'll export this and we'll use it. And we'll find a way to allow for our banking. Maybe we can figure out how to get the best of both worlds. See, the problem that I have is that, like, the only thing that could be banked in my head, or that could be pulled together, is the 40 hours IRL stream. Because if you do cancel a stream, then there's no way for me to track what the final option of what stream is getting canceled. If you do it for Saturday takeover, can't tell what Saturday it is or when it happens if you guys pull together. If it's a Femboy stream, when? I mean, Femboy stream a little bit more so is a little bit easier. And then increase the timer obviously doesn't matter because it's the lowest amount of currency you could possibly have. I don't mean change the system. I mean, the reward should be things that generally most people would enjoy. Oh, I see. I don't think we can pull these together. IRL stream is the only one, but even then, the person who gets it has to also agree on what type of IRL stream it is. Is it just a kitchen talking stream? Is it a cooking stream? Is it a catmate stream? Is it a schoolgirl stream? Is it whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Things like that. I think these are the types of things that are too important to allow it to be pulled because there's too many questions involved. And the person who gets it is the one who gets to decide. If you want multiple people, if multiple people agree, they should have to get it right there together. That's my opinion about it. And I think that ultimately this does avoid some of those questions from popping up too hard. Add an hour to the timer. You can add 60 minutes or bank it to possibly add 10 minutes less later. Yes. Basically, this is saying that there's a tax on trying to bank it and then adding it later. And I can say that there's a really good reason for that. So one of the faults that I caught of this is, let's say that people take 100 hours, spread out amongst a ton of people, right? So over everybody in the community, they all banked 100 hours, and all at once they spent it. Obviously, it probably won't happen, but let's say they all spent it at once. That's really cool. That is over roughly a month that I don't get paid, right? So, which is fine to an extent, but it's something that I would like to kind of mitigate a little bit, because the redeeming of the banked hours is not where the money is made, it's purchasing them in the first place. So basically, the taxation is to allow me a little bit of buffer room, if that makes sense. And with that, let's add a little currency. I don't think making this bigger really does much. Question mark? Hours paid to the Bank of the Twink, Lamau. Oh, you know what? It is probably going to have to be called minutes, huh? We're probably going to have to do minutes. I think. We'll call it subathon minutes. Okay, so we have subathon minutes, and then we have add subathon minutes, and that's basically it. And what I think we can do is just basically, because that's all it is, it's just a moderator's allowed to add subathon minutes to it. So mass spending the hours wrenches the want to buy more later, because there's, say, a month, no one would be able to spend it anyways. Kinda, yeah. Hello, this is Twink Bank. How can I help you? Okay, we're gonna add a little Easter egg real quick. So we have hours, and you can use the command hours, or you can use the command Twink Bank. Twink Bank will be an applicable command for this. Minutes, that's fine. This will be a utility command, and we're gonna do a chat message. Oh, can we do math? Can you do math and mix it up? I don't know if mix it up is actually capable of doing math. Hold on a second, I have to look at this. Is it able to actually math things up? I don't know if Mix It Up is actually capable of doing math, funny enough. There's not a math ability here, is there? This is what I'm talking about, dude. It can be really, really difficult to do a lot of stuff and mix it up. It is a very limited program. In comparison, I mean, it's a very powerful program. It's just not designed to do stuff like this. So I don't know if it's actually capable of doing this. I don't think I've ever done something like this before. What I'd like to do is divide it by 60. What am I to do? Glorified calculator? Well, I mean... Oh. there one called special identifier? Oh, whoa, what is this? Wait, can we create special identifiers? Hold on, I'm gonna remove these real quick. We're just gonna save it. Oh. Yeah. User subathon minutes. Right now. Oh. Oh, I forgot to put minutes. I need to put minutes on that. I know that chill is over, but I think we're just gonna stay like this for right now because I'm not gonna promise another hour for an entire other chaos roll, but I do think that finishing this up would probably be a good idea. What are we doing? Minutes. It's subathon minutes. We did put in utility, right? Yeah. It's called subathon hours. Oh, we just called it hours, that's why. Oh, it's just called hours. Gotcha, my bad. Perfect. Okay, now I was looking, is there an option for special identifiers? Like, can we create those? No, it doesn't seem like it. I'm very curious. I don't see a way, unfortunately, to do this. I don't think I have a good way to do math, unfortunately. The only other thing I could think to do is to make this a rank instead. This rank system. In which case I'd have to... It's really not worth it in my opinion because you have to add a custom rank for every number of hours it could be, which is no bueno. Why do we need math? So that it could convert minutes to hours. That's all I wanted to do, was just convert minutes to hours. I know we could write a custom bot for it. I like to keep things put together, which is why I use Mix It Up so often. I'm just really surprised it was not capable of this. This is actually kind of wild to me. I really thought it was. But it is what it is. Oh. You know what? Oh my god, I could do something so stupid. I could do something stupid. Okay, no, I have a stupid idea, chat. I have a stupid idea. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. So, the way this is going to work, I think. So we take subathon minutes, right? And we're gonna make another one called subathon hours, and they will be tracked separately. Cool. And you can add subathon hours separately. So you can add minutes and you can add hours. And I think what we're gonna go ahead and do is make it so that when you use... I can't believe it's capable of this, but it can't do math. I mean, I guess I can kind of do math because we're showing that it can. But we show hours. What we're going to do is, before this chat message, we're going to do a conditional. So basically we're gonna say if do this. And we're gonna say if user subathon minutes is greater than or equal to 60, then we will take the action of taking their consumable of subathon minutes, remove from user, no, subtract from user 60, and add subathon hours 1. So basically what it's doing is it's just checking to see if you have an influx of minutes, and it's going to repeat while true. So as long as that you have that, it's going to keep doing that. And you have user subathon hours, and that many minutes banked. Okay. I guess subathon hours is, oh, we just did it. Gotcha. Okay, I think that should be it. Okay, so if I add subathon minutes, or don't received, I see. I actually have to look at this. Hold on a second. I need to look at how the command functions. Like, how do you tag a person? Oh, it's in commands. I'm dumb, because it's in the ungrouped commands is where it lands for some reason. Add subathon hours, and what does it have? Does it have args? So it'd be add subathon hours. Add subathon minutes 90, and I'm gonna add it to myself because I can't actually use them. And I will twink bank. Cool, it didn't work at all. Wowzers. Why did that not work? Chat, now I'm struggling. Now I'm big struggling. Are box hours allowed to? I think they'd be allowed to be banked, honestly. They come quite sparsely. I think I'd be okay with that, and we can remove them if we have to. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, so it's just... Does this just not work? Add to specific user, target username. Add subathon hours 1, or we don't. Oh, it's because it says I received or you don't subathon hours, which doesn't mean anything. Oh, is it did I do it backwards? Okay, that's what it is. Where's... Oops, I need to add minutes. Let me add 90. So I should have 1 minute and 90, 1 hour and 90 minutes. So if I do twink bank, 2 hours and 30 minutes, it corrected itself. Let me add like an egregious amount of minutes. Add subathon minutes, me, and let's add like 1,000. So I just got 1,000 minutes. Wonderful. So if I do the command again, will it correctly do it multiple times? 19 hours and 10 minutes banked. Wonderful. And one more thing, add subathon hours. Let's go me, and can I do a negative number is my final question. So let's do negative 19. Don't think that worked. No. -10. Okay, so it does not do negative numbers. So there isn't a way to take subathon hours right now. So what we're going to do, actually, is we're going to move this to the category of... I think we'll just take all of this, in fact. We'll do... hours, and do... We'll make it its own group. And we'll take this one, and this will be subathon hour spending, and subathon hour spending here. And I don't think we can actually duplicate this, unfortunately, which is sad, but we need a way to remove hours from people, essentially. So let's make another one. Take subathon hours. And it'll be take, remove, or subtract should all work. We're gonna need a user named user, and we're gonna need an amount. It normally does user first, so let's keep it the same syntax, and this will be a number. Actually, I think we can, yeah, user amount, yeah, that's fine. And we will keep this to moderators only. Cool. Add the action of consumables. We will take hours, remove, subtract from user, subtract from specific user. That'll be arg2, I think it's called. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's arg1. Nope. Yeah. Let me make sure that I did that correctly, because there's a specific way how they do it. arg2 text. And then for this, we'll do arg1 text. So if I do take subathon hours, or we don't, let's do 10. Okay, that did work. Let's add a little chat message for feedback, and then we should be good. The first versal bank of don't. Gosh dang it. Subathon hours or don't, and we'll do 5, and it will say 5 hours has been removed from or we don't. And then we can go, and I can go bank. I currently have 4 hours and 10 minutes banked. Cool. So people are now able to spend them. It takes a moderator to facilitate the transaction entirely, but that is okay. You can only remove hours, so currently you can't spend minutes. You can only accumulate minutes, but it is completely possible now. There we go, chat. You can now spend and bank your subathon hours. Oh, one more. I forgot, chat. I completely forgot. We have one more thing to do. We do have to add the Twitch channel point ability. Create new channel point reward, and we will say our spending spread sheet. How to spend hours. And I think that how to spend hours. Yep, we'll add this to subathon hour spending, and we're just gonna do a little overlay. Boom. It's going to be an image. Yep. We'll find the image. I wonder where I put it. There it is. Okay, and it'll be 1,000 pixels tall. Just go ahead and center that bad boy. Animation, we'll just, let's have it. Fade in up and fade out down. Sounds great. How long will it be here? It should be, oh, duration right here. Let's do it for 5 seconds. Is 5 seconds enough? Let's do 10 seconds, I think. Blap. Okay, so hypothetically, yep, there should be how to spend hours. That is very large, I will say. That is exceptionally large. I think we're gonna lower that a little bit. Yeah, I think that we're probably gonna drop that down to 800 pixels. Let's make it 1,000 pixels wide. I think that's a better way to do it. That's kind of what I meant to do. That's only like half the screen though. Let's do a little more than that. No, let's do 800 pixels tall. There we go. I think I'm going to do one little maneuverance real quick over on Twitch's side of things to change the number of channel points these things cost. I kind of want first to be the only thing that costs 1 personally. So I'm going to make the compass chart 2, and I'm going to make show patrons 2, and I'm going to make, yes, this is extreme inflation chat. 2 for how to spend hours. Yeah, I think that's perfect. And then 3 for lurking, so that they're kind of like ultimately like kind of differentiated in some way, if that makes sense. Extreme inflation. I mean, that's doubled, chat. They just doubled. That's a pretty extreme inflation. A 100% inflation is kind of actually pretty it's pretty wild. There we go, chat. There's now a way to bank and spend hours. So if you guys ever donate anything, you guys are free to say inflation is on the wheel. It is. Between the lurk and redeem and lurk, they do the exact same thing, like dot for dot. It's just different ways to access it, essentially. Cool. The one more thing I want to do, I know that I keep adding things to do, but I really want to add an icon to that. Bank me. Okay, so now the first thing that we're gonna have to do is remove
Ray Nice Falling just shared 100
the
bits.
number of
Bank me.
minutes that just added. So let's go ahead and do 100 divided by 1500. We're still using the same same rules on raids, right? So that's 4 minutes. Add subathon minutes. Rain and 4. All right, Rain, twink bank away. Check. Let's see your twink bank. Block money. There we go. Reminder to please put how to spend hours on a cooldown. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm gonna do a handful of things real quick. I know I keep coming up with new things to do, but you guys are gonna come with me while I do this, because this is actually what I have to do every single time that I add a redeem, because Twitch is silly goofy. So I just pulled this icon. I have to do a 112 version. Save that. And then I have to do a 56 version, 56 by 56 version specifically, save that. And then I will do a 28 version, and I will save that as the 28 version because Twitch does not resize it on its own, and it needs all 3 of those sizes. So whenever I have to change out a channel point redeem image, that's what it takes. It's a mild nuisance that I just showed you because I thought it was funny. But yeah, it does take 3 different image sizes, and they are really awkward image sizes, and it does not do it for you. We'll make this green since the thingy is green, and I will add a cooldown to it. Kind of like a... I think I'm gonna have to make it 1 minute. 1 minute is the least amount of cooldown I can add on Twitch, which does make me sad. There we go. Yes, agreed. You do have to do... You can just do exclamation point hours. Yeah, you can just do exclamation point hours. Take subathon hours. No, we don't. 4. I will remove 4 hours myself. So if I do... Actually, I'll give myself like some arbitrary amount. So yeah, we'll add subathon hours, add Oridont, and I'll put my 4 back, I guess. So that when I'm explaining to people, I can be like, oh, look, I have 4 hours and 10 minutes banked. That's a perfect example number. And I can spend that by just talking to a moderator. Oh. Well, I think just showing hours and minutes at the same time is fine, but I'm fine with doing an exclamation point H or an exclamation point M, or at least an exclamation point H, because it's a little bit sketchy to do that because 2 commands cannot have the same output. So once I use exclamation point H, I really can't use it for anything else, or if I do, I have to remove it, but that's fine. So you can do 4 hours and 20 minutes. How dare you do that to me? So you can do exclamation point H. That works. Subathon hours already exist, sorry. Oh. I'm confused. Specifically within Mixitup. If another program outside of Mixitup creates a command, then Mixitup can overwrite it. It'll just do both commands at once, but Mixitup will not allow the overlap of its own commands. Oh, subathon hours and subathon minutes. Oh, you're right. Oh, shit, you're right. What's the problem, officer? It's just 260 minutes. Alrighty. Well, that looks like fun. Okay, I'm actually pretty stoked about this. Now, again, the rule is that Patreon hours do not add to the bank because they are way too efficient and way too beelined, right? That's the idea, is that's just raw hours. That way you guys actually can Daemon Trap if you want, and that's okay. If you guys Daemon Trap, good job. Wild. Fun stuff, chat, fun stuff. This is actually really cool. I'm kind of a fan. New commands hype? New commands hype, indeed. Oh, you got a raid guide? Okay, yeah, absolutely. Tell me what you want. Who do you want to raid? I know you think I'm going to check you on that. Just lie to me. I'll believe you. Who are we raiding? Who are we raiding? All right, I have a short story pulled up, and the tab is titled Shop. What? Shop. Shop. Raids stay the same, right? So even if you raid in, you're not gonna be able to bank those hours unless you're a brand new community member. And if you're brand new, you probably don't know what that means. So I think that realistically, basically the threshold of when you're able to bank them is once you know what banking is, you're not allowed to anymore. Which is kind of a funny meme in my opinion. But I think realistically, I think that giving a ton of hours to raid guiding is gonna be a little bit difficult, and it's just giving a shit ton of hours just by raiding. I've had people who just raid in to get like a minute at a time. Like they'll start up their own stream and then raid with one person. And just do that to get time on the clock. So I think I'm gonna avoid raids. Again, the rule is that raids add directly to the timer, and it's only true if it's a new person that we don't see super often. So Absolutely. Hit me with it, Dino. Who would you like to raid? Jelly Bun. An artist I've been watching for a while. Very comfy. Okay, at first I thought that was a misspelled Jilly Bean. That is eerily similar, in my opinion. That's actually really funny. I love that. Dope. Okay, cool. Let's do it. All right, chat. Make sure to copy that raid message. We're gonna be raiding into Jelly Bun. I love this. I appreciate it. Doppelganger. Don't say those words around me. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Wonderful, wonderful day on stream today. Thank you so much for a Femboy stream, for Chongle, for a chaos stream. This was super exciting. I thought this was super interesting. And we now have hours banking, so I think that's actually kind of neat. I'm actually really, really excited for this, chat. I really appreciate you guys being here. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I will see you guys tomorrow for Blood on the Block Tower, which is now the more immersive version of what we've been doing for Blood on the Clock Tower, which has been the most consistent game on our schedule so far, which is wild. Thank you guys so much. I love you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Stay amazing. Say hello. Show them some love, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.